व्हाट इज ब्रांडिंग? है क्या ये भला? किसको कहते हैं ब्रांडिंग? व्हाट इज ब्रांडिंग? क्या होती क्या है ब्रांडिंग? व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय ब्रांडिंग? It is linked with positioning, yes.
It is a customer journey, you told, right? Towards your brand.
कस्टमर जर्नी की तो बात ही नहीं आ रही है यहाँ पर. जर्नी तो हमने फनल में करते हैं.
Okay.
ब्रांडिंग क्या है?
Customer known as you. What you actually customer known, that is called brand.
No,
What customer talks in your absence?
branding is the reason why you are trustworthy. Simple. Brand है क्या? It's a promise of trust and quality. Yes. Branding is the reason why you are trustworthy. And in today's world, if you're not a brand, you are just a commodity. Most powerful way to impact your conversions. अगर आप commodity हो, आप, how many of you understand कि अगर सिंपल शर्ट पे कोई लेबल नहीं लगा हुआ, it is just for maybe 500, 700, 800 rupees. जैसे ही इस पे किसी ब्रांड का लोगो लग जाता है, the value increases to 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. How many of you know what I'm talking? आप 600, 700 की टी शर्ट के लिए, शर्ट के लिए चिक चिक करोगे, चिक चिक करोगे. You will negotiate with the seller. But once you say it's a Louis Philly shirt, it's a Park Avenue shirt, or it's a Lululemon shirt, or it's a Nike shirt, whatever that is, whatever that brand is, you will immediately shell out 3,000 rupees, 4,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees. Yes or no?
Yes.
And probably you will not even you will not even bring in for negotiation. Yes?
Yes.
That is why you want to be a brand in today's world. Do you do this? Do you do this? If you buy something from a local market at a local shop, do you negotiate?
Yes.
But what happens when you go into a mall, into a showroom? Do you negotiate there? You just spend. Because when you are entering into that showroom, you know it's a branded product that you're buying. Why do people spend more on brands? Why do people spend more on brands?
Trust and quality.
Trust and quality. So branding is the reason why you are trustworthy and why do you have quality. Branding is the reason why you are trustworthy. Deepa, why should people trust you?
Yeah, because they know that when they come to me, that they can be rest assured that look, things are going to work out.
Yeah. Rohit, why should people come to you? Why should people come to you? Why should people trust you? Why are you trustworthy? Uday, why should people trust you? They'll be sharing some of the most intimate details, some of the most internal conversations that they have with their own spouses at times. Why should they come to you? You're on mute.
Okay, I don't disclose to. They are believe that this guy will disclose and this guy is safe to disclose.
Correct.
He is the safe guy to tell everything.
And if they discover that you have been backbiting and you have been telling all their secrets to your friends and all that stuff, what will happen to your brand?
Completely collapse.
Rohit, people talk about finance with you. लोग ना अपने घर वालों से फाइनेंस की बातें नहीं करते. Do you understand that's a very, very high trust business? And if you're not trustworthy, you will never reach the apex level. The idea is, I'm telling you, for specifically for trainers, coaches, consultants, this is a profound and one of the most important elements which quite a few people actually ignore. And they don't have integrity around trust. There is no integrity around trust. How many of you know that some coaches backbite? They not like backbite, but they divulge some details from the client to others. Okay, tell me what's the difference? There was one of my client. Let us say I'm a finance coach. There was one of my client. He borrowed rupees 25 lakhs as a loan, and he was not able to repay. And I helped him minimize his debt. And finally, I helped him discover ways through which he could powerfully repay back the loan. I even have a testimonial from him. Right? That's one way. Second, Rohit, I'm taking your name, okay? In this case, रोहित का ना 25 लाख का लोन था. उसके वांदे लगे हुए थे, घर पे खाने की दिक्कत हो रही थी, मेरे पास आ गया. Then I really helped him in a way where he was, मैंने ये किया, उसका लोन तो रिपे करवा दिया, लेकिन उसकी बैंड बजी हुई थी. I even have a testimonial from him. Which is good, which is bad, why it is good, why it is bad. Which option is better? Which one should you use or share? Why not second? Absolutely. And try to position yourself better. And you are personally attacking. Jo baki hai, let us say Deepa is there, Uday is there, Golak is there, Kedar is also there, right? They will not be able to understand and get, and they will not be able to trust you. अगर मैं आपकी backbite कर सकता हूं, तो दीपा की क्यों नहीं करूंगा? उदय की क्यों नहीं? They will not feel safe. They will not feel trustworthy. There is a way to talk about everything, guys. How you talk about things. That also tells a lot about who you are. And that is why they will not be able to build a brand, because no matter what, this fundamental element of trust is missing. You become trustworthy. How many of you know some people that you don't trust in your life? How many of you have some people that you do not trust? You have no idea of what trust is. No idea. आपको ट्रस्ट की इंपॉर्टेंस पता है, ये नहीं कि आपको ट्रस्ट की इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं पता. But I'm telling you, when you come to Ignite, it will go to another level for you. So really looking forward to having you there. All right. Having said that, let's move further into branding. Branding is simply the reason why you are trustworthy. Simple as that. And in today's world, if you're not a brand, you are a commodity. You could be a good brand, you could be a small brand, that's a separate matter. And like I said yesterday, I have identified more than 50 different terms around branding. Okay, 50. ब्रांड ये नहीं होता कि उस ब्रांड की विजिबिलिटी बहुत ज्यादा है, वो सिर्फ एक पैरामीटर है. Some people think कि ब्रांडिंग इज उनको सारी दुनिया जानती है. ब्रांडिंग को लेकर लोगों के मन में बहुत वहम है. They don't even understand what is a brand. Who do you want to be a brand for? What's the scale of the brand that you want to build? Like I said, अगर visibility के एंगल से देखा जाए, Siddharth is definitely a bigger brand than Blair. Yes or no?
Yes.
But who has a bigger brand impact? Who commands higher brand trust?
Blair.
Are you getting my point? You want to really understand this, guys. ब्रांडिंग के कौन से पैरामीटर को आप इंपैक्ट करना चाहते हो, इट इज इन योर कंट्रोल. हाउ डू यू वांट टू डू इट? डू यू इवन वांट टू बी अ वैल्यू ड्रिवन सुपर ब्रांड? That's the journey that I invite people on in my L1. I'm not saying that you will become a brand with a global presence. That's not the promise. The promise is you will really become a value-driven brand which is true to its core. And you will definitely have sufficient visibility as well. That's not what I'm saying. You will not have it. But when people interact with you, they will have a high quality experience with your brand. Would you like that? That's what is in store for you. Let's move forward. Branding एक ऐसा प्रोसेस है, एक ऐसा कॉन्शियस प्रोसेस बोलूंगा मैं, एक ऐसा प्रोसेस है of creating a distinct identity for a business in the minds of your target audience and the general population. What do you understand by this statement?
Distinct identity. Okay.
Okay. What else?
Any subject that you have 100% clarity and confidence.
It's the process. It's a process, conscious process
Conscious process, yes.
of creating distinct identity. How do you create brand identity? Brand identity is very, very simple. Brand identity I also teach in my L2. But that is just 5% of the game. ब्रांडिंग के दो एस्पेक्ट होते हैं. एक तो होता है ब्रांड आइडेंटिटी, जिसमें लोगो हो गया, फॉन्ट्स हो गए, कलर्स हो गए. दे आर इन योर कंट्रोल. दे आर इन योर कंट्रोल. राइट? यू कैन डू समथिंग अबाउट देम. दैट्स व्हाट आई टीच इन L2. ले लो ब्रांड आइडेंटिटी, ले लो. L3 is where I start to talk about the soul of branding, the aspects of branding. Because branding at the very core is nothing but branding is equal to emotion. When people interact with you, yes, do they feel something about you? Do they feel a feeling or a particular emotion when they meet you? Yes or no?
Obviously.
I really want to understand this, what I'm saying. Because if you really get this, the way you will approach branding will be very, very different.
One thing, the conscious process, this consciousness is very important, no?
This conscious process it's a conscious process, no?
Yeah,
You're shaping
consciousness is very big process. How can I build it?
distinct identity in the minds. कहाँ पे हो रहा है? ब्रांडिंग कहाँ पे हो रही है?
तो ऑडियंस में वा कस्टमर.
कहाँ पे ऑडियंस में? कहाँ?
Minds.
That is where your positioning is linked.
So this is called heart-to-heart connection.
Heart-to-heart connection, and it has a lot to do with perception.
Obviously.
It has a lot to do with perception of your target audience and even general population who are in the cold audience, who are just maybe having a casual look at your brand. That's where you're carving the brand identity. That's why you should spend some time and some element on your logo, on your color, on your fonts. Not very few people pay this kind of close attention to branding. You will see if I have one photo, I'll have same photo across all social media profiles. I want to communicate congruency and consistency there. I'll not have one in an orange t-shirt, one in a red shirt and all that stuff. No. Consistency. Same font. My community website and my personal branded website. मैंने पहले सोचा था कि I will have different colors. Maybe I'll have a light color for a community branded website. I will have dark color for the dark theme for the personal branded website. But I myself realized, oh, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Then I opted for the dark theme. Why? Consistency. I don't want my business brand as well to be separate from my personal brand because I am the business.
Hmm.
And if I chose aqua as one of my primary colors and gray as my secondary colors, and they will be consistent throughout in my branding. The logos, the fonts. I had a separate logo for a personal brand and a separate logo for a community brand. I would advise you, don't have a logo for your personal brand. Just your name should be enough. Don't craft a logo that can be confusing. I think I made a mistake. I'll rectify that over a period of time. But just have one logo. Like ILH has one logo only, that rising phoenix. That's a symbol where people recognize this is ILH. And mostly the brand identity is for the cold audience, for them to communicate something, where you're communicating something. Are you getting what I'm saying? Next. It is their collective perception and impression. Branding is basically the act of shaping that perception, which is essential if you want to compete in your industry category. It's the act of shaping that perception, which is essential if you want to compete in an industry category. Build your brand. Who is the India's number one digital coach?
Siddharth Rajsekhar.
Yes, build it consciously. You will not take your name. And that is what Google will also tell you, because he has done the proper SEO as well. But if you do your SEO right, can you get that title? Yes, you can. There was one person who actually snatched that title for 7 days from him. And then he just multiplied his backlinks. अगर आपकी वेबसाइट पे 300-400 backlinks हैं, it's considered very, very good. He has more than 15,000. And at 15,000 links, you can be the number one in your game. It's branding, dear. It's the act of shaping that perception. Did I give you that example? Let us say there's a name of a clothing brand. Let us say Banana Republic. And I tell you it's made in Ludhiana, but it is available in the premium stores of Italy, Milan, and Paris. And it's a very expensive brand. What happens to the positioning? Where does it go? Where does it go? Is it cheap or premium in your mind? Okay, it's a brand and it is available local in Ludhiana market. हौसरे की shops पे आपको मिल जाएगा.
Relative to that.
My little one is today home and it's just making a ruckus.
Hmm.
He is the only one who can come into this office when I'm working. Otherwise, nobody else. Nobody else is allowed. Anyways, today is Karwa Chauth, right?
Hmm.
So
Oh, yes.
my wife is like dressed. My son is like, Papa, car ki challo. You know, normally my wife is home. She's in a regular day, and today she's fully dressed up and all that. She's like, Mama, tyaar ho gaye na? Chalo chaliye. He's thinking we are going out for an outing, and he says when I said whenever we go for outing, I'll get you a car. So he was here, Papa, get me a Jeep car, a car, my car. Kids can be kids in their own ways. Yeah. Anyways, this is the act of shaping that perception. Now, can you change perceptions? Yes, you can. How do you change perceptions? By giving certain information in a certain way. And in a way where you're not hiding something. In a way where you are clearly communicating well with your intention. Are you getting what I'm saying? Is it landing?
Hmm.
Next. Branding is arguably one of your organization's or business's most important assets. It gives your organization an identity. Nike is in the steel business. Would you believe it? Nike is in the steel business. How many of you are secretly laughing inside your head? Nike TMT bars. This is what is happening because आप हंस इसलिए रहे हो because it's arguably one of the most important assets and it gives your organization an identity. Nike की identity नहीं है वो. Nike की identity is in the area of clothing and sportswear. It makes your business memorable. It encourages your consumers to buy from you because in that particular area, they see you as an expert. Well, just allow me to complete this and I'll take your question. Yeah. It encourages consumers to buy from you. Supports your marketing and advertising. It brings your employees pride. And it directly translates into what we call as brand equity or social awareness about your brand, which actually becomes the social capital for your brand. Ask your question, Rohit. It becomes the social capital of your brand. Okay, I'll give you an example, okay? Amazon first started only with books. Only with books. Nothing else. Jeff Bezos only ensured that he flourished the business of books. And for few years, he was only concentrated on building that business. And when he realized that the opportunity for growth is there, he went from A to Z. He started including other items in phase one. Then he included another item. Then he included another items. And now he owns parts of shipping industry as well. Elements. But is shipping his main business?
No.
No. Shipping is a small aspect of his business. You will not hear that Amazon has ventured into steel, jewelry, automotives. You will not think about it that they have ventured into that. But when you are thinking about branding, whenever you are talking about like diversifying your core segment, Reliance's main business is two. They started with what we call as petroleum. Definitely, petroleum is one of their main business, and then they tapped into other businesses with their money muscle as well, which is the energy sector and the gas sector, CNGC and CNC and all that other. But उनका एक और primary business था, which was into clothing, polyester. नहीं सुना होगा शायद आपने, उतना फेमस नहीं हुआ. And then the petroleum business took to different heights. That's how that's where they said they built a foundation around it. Reliance Foundation, which has multiple businesses. And they have separate board of directors in every business. And on every board of director, there's a chairman. That's a different incorporation, different structure of a company in a private limited firm. That's where the growth story, the tangent story of that is very different. लोगों को ये नहीं पता कि proprietorship, partnership और ये public limited, private limited होती क्या है. They don't even understand the LCC, LPP structure of it. LLC is not even available in India. LLP is there, which is limited liability partnership. And that is why the company that Siddharth opened, usme taxation structure is different. It is LLP. And his partner in that company is his wife. If you look at the first venture, usme tha Victory Flag Ventures, which is a proprietor. Sole proprietorship thi wo. It was not an LLP. And then when he started making money at a separate level, he switched to LLP from taxation purposes. That's why having understanding of finance is very, very important. Uska taxation structure different hai. But we are not talking about company incorporation here. We are talking about branding here. Yes, Kedar, you have a question?
If you see, there are multiple IT companies like TCS is there, Infosys is there, Tech Mahindra is there. But Infosys is the only company they deal with only IT consulting and rest of the companies, if you see TCS, it is having Tata's one of the thing. TechM is there, then Tech Mahindra is one of the thing. Other companies only HCL is also there. They're into hardware as well. In software and hardware. Why Infosys is only sticking to IT consulting? That's what is the.
I think जहां तक मैं बोल सकता हूं, otherwise the best answer will be given by Narayan Murthy on this. So reach out to him. But the best answer that I can give you is it is a person's or a chairman's decision or a founder's decision how they want to take it. And I think it is also a wise decision on Infosys. They clearly want to be a market leader in just one segment. They don't want to diversify. It's their strategic intent at their business level. Right? So I would say That's why I say, pick up one niche, go deep into it, stay with it for 4 or 5 years. And then if you want to diversify, then diversify. For Amazon, 95 say almost 2000 tak. He only focused on books. और बड़े बड़े बुक स्टोर्स बंद करवा दिए थे उसने. That's how Flipkart was also started. I don't know if you know the story of Sachin Bansal and the founders of Flipkart. They started with books and then they started into that model. It's not a very simple or an easy thing to really understand this. But we are talking about branding. We will be talking about branding in a way which is very, very powerful for all of you. Now, the next element is it increases your brand equity, or what we call as social capital. I want to introduce the idea of social capital to you. I will also want to link it with social media as well. Otherwise, social capital is not limited to social media. Since a lot of businesses are now focused on social media as well and the power of social media, they want to tap into it. Nike puts out one post. Nike ko bhi chodo. Diljit puts out one post. Priyanka Chopra puts out one post. How many people engage with that post?
The entire world.
Millions.
Lionel Messi posts one word. Cristiano Ronaldo makes one post. How many people interact with them?
Millions.
What is their social capital? You put out a social media post. What happens?
it helps for the better conversion.
I want to introduce and link up to the idea of that's called social capital. And that becomes your brand equity over a period of time. I don't want you to go crazy and go, but as and when you start to build a brand, your social capital will start to increase. One of the most crazy personal brands right now is Diljit. Go to his Instagram handle and you will know. He's zero. He is not following anyone. Zero. किसी को follow नहीं कर रहा. And there are so many followers. And when he goes live, Instagram follows Diljit. People from Instagram official follows Diljit. And the way he has leveled his branding game at that level is really, really commendable. There's a lot to learn from on the terms of marketing and branding from that man. How many of you have seen what are the concerts like? Like, how do people feel? That was the same kind of feeling people had when Michael Jackson performed. When Drake performs. When Beyonce performs. Are you getting my point? He's leveraged branding in the most beautiful way. I'm telling you, even Sadhguru has used branding. And has used marketing elements in the most potent. Every great personal brand has to leverage. There is no other way. Osho leveraged it, but Osho ended up being on the wrong side of the tunnel. Are you getting my point? But that man literally had a cult-like following. He still has. Now, I want to be talking about branding का एक और angle बता दो. I want to introduce the idea of social capital. How many of you got the idea of social capital? और आपको आपके गोल्स अचीव करने के लिए कितना सोशल कैपिटल चाहिए? अगर आप कोई पोस्ट डाल रहे हो, अगर उस पे एवरेजली 100+ कमेंट्स आ रहे हैं, डू यू थिंक यू हैव गुड सोशल कैपिटल?
Absolutely.
Yes. Like 100, 200 likes or 100 comments, 300, 400 likes, 100 comments. Is that a good idea? Yes.
Absolutely good. Yes. To begin with.
Begin. अगर begin with ना भी हो, अगर 4-5 साल में भी उस लेवल तक आ गए तो भी good है. You will make tons of money. Because we're not playing the influencer game here.
Right. Right.
We are playing the game of conversions. We are playing the game of building a meaningful brand by selling our own products and services. I don't know how many of you would have an aspiration to become a global brand. I don't know. But I would definitely like if we have an aspiration to make a global impact. That's where I am so inspired by Blair. I want to make impact silently. I don't even want to be in the front end of the things. I want to be in the backdrop of things. I don't like limelight. I don't want to be the hero. I want to be the director who makes the hero dance. Are you getting my point? That's my calling. If you want to be the hero, by all means, you should go for it. If you want to become a global brand, I am not stopping you. In fact, I would highly encourage you. If that's the direction that you are inspired by, go for it. वो बुरा नहीं है. मेरे साथ वो resonate नहीं करता. That's why I'm not doing it. Are you getting my point? How many of you got what I just said? What kind of social capital do you want to build? And believe me, 1,000 comments ना अभी भी किसी के लिए भी करना बहुत मुश्किल है. How many social media celebrities, influencers you see, they will not have 1,000 comments. So I'm telling you, if you have a range of like 100, 200 का भी है ना, sizable amount of money बनाओगे. And you will be very respectable in that niche. And your social capital, you will start to feel social capital even when your comments, when people are commenting like 10 comments, 20 comments on your organic posts, not on the other posts. Organically post kar rahe ho. You will start to feel the difference in the engagement. How many of you, when you were starting out, maybe when you put a post, maybe one auntie of yours, one uncle of yours would comment, "Nice beta." And they will say, oh, nice Golu. Keep it up. And you are like, "Auntie, aap to mat hi bolo. लोगों को क्यों बता रहे हो मैं गोलू हूं?"
मेरा जेट नाम है.
Are you getting my point? And you're after that, आंटी का क्यों कचरा कर रहे हो इमेज का? In simple words, where does your brand live? आपका ब्रांड रहता कहाँ है?
Mind.
Minds of your target audience.
Yes. Where does your brand live? Your brand is very powerful when it means something for people, when it means something for the masses. It adds and gives meaning to the public. Public sentiment के लिए extend होता है. And that is called emotion. What does Siddharth Rajshekhar mean to you? What are the feelings that you have for him?
Value, process, integrity.
Respect.
Respect, genius, digital Buddha. But all of this is fine. But I'm telling you, does it, when he's on stage, does he represent something? Do people want to be like him?
Yes.
That's
Yes,
clear.
yes, qualities.
How many of you would understand that's clearly iconic excellence? He's a symbol of iconic excellence. He's crossed a stage where he started to become an iconic symbol, a symbol of excellence for his tribe, for the people of his community. And that started for him when he had approximately like 200, 300 diamond members. He shifted, he created that status for him. And that's also one of the milestones that I have in my journey, super brand journey, that I invite you into L1. You will become a symbol of iconic excellence provided you follow the path and implement what I say. And his icon is getting bigger as he moves. And now he will be entering into different leagues as well. Okay. What does Sachin Tendulkar mean for people of India? Is Sachin
God.
the god of cricket?
God of cricket.
A blaster. Do people have some feelings for him?
Yes.
What are those?
People is emotionally connected for 20 to 30 years with him.
Is he, when Sachin got out or when Sachin hit a ball for a six, do people feel a feeling here?
Completely, 100%.
He's a hope of India.
For 20 years.
It is called branding.
Yeah, just out.
When Sachin got out in 2003 World Cup, we knew we have lost the World Cup. Till the time he was there was hope we could get hands on it. Modi, do people have some feelings for him?
Oh, yes.
Rahul Gandhi, do people have some feelings for him? Sunny Leone, do people have some feelings for her?
Yes.
Yes? That's your brand. Because you mean something for people. It gives some meaning. It evokes a feeling for masses. It evokes emotion for masses, for the people that they touch. When you hear the word of Blair, does it evoke a certain feeling, an emotional response from you? Would you want to take a selfie with him? When you meet Rajiv, when you meet Pooja Puneet, when you meet Suren, when you meet Siddharth, when you meet John D. Martini at events, would you want to be taking a picture with them?
Yes, even with Mr. Harmit Kelly.
Like I am so inspired by what Golak shared. Like, like he put his picture, put my picture. It is definitely a very sweet moment for me to experience.
Yeah, it's very warm.
Because somewhere I mean something for him. There's an emotional attachment, emotional respect, right?
Yeah.
In this image. And I value this. And that what he feels for me is my brand. what you feel for me is my brand. Branding is nothing but the emotion and the feelings the other person feel. How many of you, when you wear a Nike t-shirt, you feel good about yourself? What's the feeling? What's the emotion? When you wear any regular t-shirt and when you wear a Nike t-shirt, do you feel different? When you're burping, please be on mute. How many of you understand? Okay, as you move, you will talk about. I don't want to be talking about it right now. You really want to understand that it evokes some sentiment. That sentiment is called your brand or your emotion. What people feel for you. Then, where does your brand live? Brand का होता है, brand is nothing but a promise of quality, and brand is also emotions people feel about your product or service. That is called brand. How do you feel for Apple? What are your feelings about Apple?
Ultimate quality.
Innovation.
मैं सेब की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Innovation.
Fruit. मैं fruit की बात कर रहा हूँ. How many of you think I was talking about Apple?
Oh, अच्छा.
I was actually talking about Mac and Apple and all that, Steve Jobs and Apple. But do you understand this? What are your feelings about Chinese mobile phone? केदार का एक्सप्रेशन देखा था? केदार का एक्सप्रेशन देखा था आपने?
काम चलाओ.
Pathetic.
That's their brand.
Harmeet, one thing I want to ask you.
What are your, okay, as Indians, okay, what are your feelings about Indian Army?
Yes.
Respect.
What are your feelings for ISI? That's their brand. This is a small group, so I can go differently and deeper. Otherwise, I don't take such examples sometimes because they can be controversial.
Yeah.
Are you
One
getting
thing
this?
can I ask you? Is it?
Uh-huh.
See, I have seen so many people, so many coaches, but the moment player comes to, everything fades up. I don't know, means that guys, many people do not know about player, only those who are associated with success character. But when that person comes, everybody fades up. The words, the kind of internal thing that comes, I can't tell.
That's the emotion. That's why, I have worked with him for more than like 3 years in touch. I've been learning from him for the last 4 years. But my respect for him has only increased over a period of time. That tells me of what that man is commanding. Are you getting what I'm saying?
So how that comes, that's the thing. Because the way he talks, the way he gives the things, probably that is having more impact than
and
how
that's
you
why I
show.
say I would want all of you to get into his funnel in a way and do whatever program that you can do, because I don't know how long he is here on this planet. He's already in his 70s. Don't delay.
Yes.
If you have not done it, it's a highly, highly recommended program from my side. Highly recommended.
Which one?
Okay. What is this brand selling?
Happiness.
What is the emotion of this brand?
Happiness.
Very good. Very, very good. What Coca-Cola is basically selling carbonated water with sugar in it. but what is that brand selling as an emotion? Happiness. उनका tagline क्या है? Open,
Happiness.
open. ठंडा मतलब
ठंडा मतलब कोका कोला.
Are you getting my point? Now I want you to identify what is this next brand doing. What is this brand selling? A car.
Luxury.
Status.
What is the emotion?
Status.
Business class.
Status.
Status.
Status. How many of you want to own a Mercedes in your life? You have an aspiration to own a Mercedes in your life? And when you sit in that Mercedes, how will you feel? What's the emotion you will feel? You know, normally when you're sitting in a Mercedes GLS 450, I've seen quite a few people, okay? How do they look on the road? How many of you feel that you bought Mercedes and your status in society has gone up?
Yes.
Big time.
I don't feel bad. Society.
Society
feels.
will feel that your status has gone up.
Yes.
That is why you want to own a Mercedes. What is Mercedes selling at a very core level? Status. Next. Tata. What do you think this brand is selling? The core emotion is?
Trust, safety.
Yeah?
Trust, safety.
Trust. Trust. Very, very good. What do you think this brand is targeting? Which emotion?
Trust.
Yes. And they named their product as Arm Sutra.
Oh, yes, sounds super.
And that clearly इनको पता है कि आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है. They just said the word Arm Sutra. आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है उनको पता है. वो वही चलाना चाहते हैं. How many of you have seen like words like this? Arm Sutra. And then you will be like, oh, we know what you're talking. Right? This is called when double meaning talk or double identity overlapped communication in advertising. And a lot of advertisers choose to target the emotion of sex appeal because that is what really sells like hotcakes in the market. Selling is a logical decision or an emotional decision?
Emotional.
Emotional, obviously.
Very good. Very, very good. Are your target market involved with you at emotional levels? How many of you would have real feelings, genuine feelings for Siddharth? You're emotionally invested. You are emotionally invested. You are emotionally invested with your mentors. You are emotionally invested with things that you care about. You are emotionally invested in your family. You are emotionally invested with your loved ones. And the way you feel is that's their brand. मैं आपको एक honest truth बताता हूं. Everyone has a brand.
Yes.
Everyone has a brand. Either they are conscious of it or they are absent to it.
Around his own perception.
Yes. Either they are conscious of it or they're unconscious of it and absent to it. Or if you're unconscious, you cannot do anything about it. You cannot do much about it. If you're conscious, you can take step by step processes and measures to take it into a direction that you want. Kisi ka brand is on the negative side, kisi ka brand is on the positive side. Name a person in your life. Look at a person in your life. जब भी उसका कॉल आता है, जब भी आपके साथ इंटरेक्शन होता है, it ends up in an argument. There will be at least one person like that. Maybe an employee, a colleague, or whatever. जब भी उसका कॉल आता है, you don't want to take the call. You don't want to speak to that person. Yes or no? You are like, कहाँ से आ गया यार? ये फिर दिमाग खाएगा. That's their brand. That's the emotional response that they evoke. The ultimate question in marketing and in business is, will you buy from yourself? And finally, it boils down to the master component of integrity. If you have the integrity, that's why I say, will you buy this from your own self? Will you buy from your own self is the main question. Will you be your own consumer?
Achha, Harmeet, one thing, what will be the first, congruency and then integrity, or integrity first, then congruency?
I want to share with you. They both go hand in hand, Golak. Both of them go hand in hand. One of them is not independent of the other. They are the two sides of the same coin.
Mhm.
So I can't say कि पहले head आएगा या पहले tail आएगा. जो भी आएगा, that's there. Now, I want to share with you the two ultimate questions that if you align on those two questions, I'm telling you, you will take your game of marketing and sales to a whole new level, and even branding for that matter. These two questions for me are what I call as $1 million questions. And once an alignment at a level of communication happens for this segment, conversions explode. There's an explosion of conversions. Would you want to learn those two questions? Yes?
Yes.
What is your customer buying and what are you selling? आपका कस्टमर इमोशनल लेवल पे क्या खरीद रहा है और आप इमोशनल लेवल पे क्या बेच रहे हो? Once an alignment at that level happens, I'm telling you, there is an explosion of conversions. कोका-कोला क्या बेच रहा है?
Emotion.
कोका-कोला क्या बेच रहा है?
Happiness. Emotion.
What's the price of happiness?
Priceless.
Very good. What is Tata selling?
Trust. Security. Safety. Strength.
What's the price for that? What's the price for trust?
Priceless, priceless.
That's where the premium comes in.
Mhm.
What is Mercedes selling?
status, brand,
What are you buying?
status, respect, that positioning,
What are you buying? Is there an alignment at a subconscious level? And how much are people willing to pay to be in the higher league or the higher status? Anything. अगर आज मर्सिडीज का प्राइस लेट अस से 1.25 करोड़ है और अगले महीने वो 1.35 करोड़ कर देते हैं, 10 लाख बढ़ा दिया, would you even mind? If you still want to buy, you still buy, right? अगर मारुति अपने गाड़ियों का कीमत 10 लाख बढ़ा दे, हंगामा हो जाएगा मार्केट में.
वो खुद ही डर से ही नहीं करेगा.
Imagine somebody buying a Zen or an Alto and it gets dear by 10 lakhs. Can they do that? No. Can they even increase the price by 50,000? Their customer ऐसा क्या किया है उसमें? But Mercedes customer अगर 50,000 वो ज्यादा लेंगे, do you even mind? Talk to my PA. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, what are you selling as a core emotion in your products or services? What do people feel about you? Branding is the cumulative average of the public sentiment. That is branding. And after a certain degree, branding is not in your control. Because branding hai kahan? In the minds of there are some people who will even equate Blair is the god. Sachin is the god of cricket. Sachin ne kabhi bola he's the god of cricket? But people give him that attribute. Have you ever heard that Siddharth says, I am the digital Buddha? People give him that attribute. No. Because of the sheer love, because of what Sachin did and Sachin made them feel. I would highly recommend, if you happen to attend, physically experience this, attend a physical live musical concert of a singer that you like. And you will feel an emotion will come over you.
Yes, yes.
It's a very enriching emotional experience.
So ignite.
It's a very, very rich emotional experience. How many of you have attended some concert with some singer? I'm not talking about any particular, any singer. को live सुना है आपने?
बहुत सुना.
You have attended a concert, musical concert attend किया कभी?
हाँ, बहुत किया है.
I would highly recommend do that if you have not done that. You will understand how you start feeling that particular emotion. That's why how many of you have seen people in the musical concerts of Diljit के reels में Instagram पे आपको देखा होगा आपने? People are going gaga crazy and you are thinking ये क्या कर रहे हैं? What are the... An emotion comes over. India match जीत गया. India won the World Cup. You should see the emotion on the streets of India. That's emotion. लोगों का emotion है. And once I was studying very deeply about finance, you can do anything with the numbers part of it. But when you cannot control public sentiment, फाइनेंस वालों को बताया जाता है कि पब्लिक सेंटिमेंट के बारे में आपकी सारी कैलकुलेशन धरी की धरी रह जाएगी. Yes or no, Rohit? There's an emotion there. Okay, I'll share this with you, okay? When Ram Mandir was being built, where was the stock market?
High.
All-time high.
All-time high.
All-time high. There was emotion of public in the market. When that got game over, stock market crashed. A lot of investors lost a lot of money, but quite a few people made a lot of money. Stop loss and all that. You know what I'm talking, right? That's how things are interlinked. How many of you are learning something else? My question to you, what are you selling and what is your client buying? Brijesh क्या खरीद रहा है आपसे? आनंद क्या खरीद रहा है आपसे? पीहू क्या खरीद रहा है आपसे? कार्तिक क्या खरीद रहा है आपसे? संध्या क्या खरीद रही है आपसे? What is the emotion that they are buying from your brand? And what is the emotion that you are selling as a brand, specifically in your webinars? And once an alignment happens at that range, I'm telling explosion happens. What are you learning, guys? What are you learning? Open up.
Very, very powerful, Harmeet.
Insights.
We are feeling in that area.
Some points are now connecting.
Nilesh, what are you selling as a brand? What is it that you are selling as a brand? And what is your client buying?
Authenticity, trust, and that commitment.
No. It always has to be one main thing, one core emotion. Like Tata के लिए trust है, Mercedes के लिए status है, Coca-Cola के लिए happiness है. What is your prime signature emotion of your brand?
I have to work on it.
You know, Siddharth ka prime emotion is
Freedom.
freedom. Very, very good. And he has branded his personal brand and his product with the core value and the emotion that he wants to express. That's the recipe for being a super brand. All right. I want to give you homework and I want to give you a little assignment as well during this. We have come very close to a break. It's 11:15 right now. 11:40 we resume and the next session will be a little intensive. And that's where we will go deep into branding. And हो सकता है आपका lunch time could be around 1:30 or maybe even 2. Anything else? I don't want to compromise on that bit, but today since we are a small group as well, and we will finish before 5, maybe around 5 as well. Okay?
Yeah.
So the next session is going to be very intensive. So I want to give you a 25-minute break, maybe even 20, 25, whatever that's good for you. We'll resume the session at 11:40. And that's where we'll be talking about more about branding and how do you dive deep into, how do you position yourself into, and how do you get the right things done right in your branding. And till that time, the homework is, I want you to keep thinking, what are you selling and what is your customer buying? At physical level, at mental level, at emotional level. All right? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, we'll pause the recording.
Recording stopped.
¿Quién eres tú? ¿Dónde has estado? He removido cielo y tierra y no te encontré. Y llegas hoy tan de repente y das sentido a toda mi vida con tu querer.
ना मैं समझा ना मैं जाना जो भी तुमने मुझसे कहा है सेन्योरिटा, मगर फिर भी न जाने क्यों मुझे सुन के अच्छा लगा है सेन्योरिटा.
No desvíes la mirada, quédate cerca de mí.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा.
चाहत के दो पल भी मिल पाए दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, भूले हम होता हम है क्या सेन्योरिटा. सुनो सुनो सेन्योरिटा कहते हैं हम क्या.
Jamás podré interpretar el sentido de las palabras que me dedicas, pero el calor de tu mirar me hace sentir como la más bella señorita.
निगाहों ने निगाहों से कहीं अरमानों की दास्तां है सेन्योरिटा. ये चाहत की मोहब्बत की सारी दुनिया में एक ही जुबान है सेन्योरिटा. मुझसे अब नजर ना फेरो, आओ पास तुम मेरे, मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा.
चाहत के दो पल भी मिल पाए दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, भूले हम होता हम है क्या सेन्योरिटा. सुनो सुनो सेन्योरिटा कहते हैं हम क्या. जो भी पल बीता हे सेन्योरिटा, हर पल तुमने है दिल जीता, बस इतनी सी तो बात है.
No desvíes la mirada, quédate cerca de mí.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा.
चाहत के दो पल भी मिल पाए दुनिया में ये भी कम है क्या, दो पल को तो आओ खो जाए, भूले हम होता हम है क्या. चाहत के दो पल भी
उड़े दिल के जहां में ख्वाबों के परिंदे, ओहो क्या पता जाएंगे कहाँ। खुली है जो पर कहेगी नजर, लगता है अब है जागे हम। फिक्रें जो थी पीछे रह गई, निकले उनसे आगे हम। हवा में बह रही है जिंदगी, ये हमसे कह रही है जिंदगी। ओहो अब तो जो भी हो सो उड़े खुले आसमां में ख्वाबों के परिंदे, उड़े दिल के जहां में ख्वाबों के परिंदे। ओहो क्या पता जाएंगे कहाँ। किसी ने छुआ तू ही हुआ, फिरते हैं महके महके हम। हुई है गई बात ही नहीं, जब है ऐसे बहके हम। हुआ है यूं कि दिल पिघल गए, बस एक पल में हम बदल गए। ओहो अब तो जो भी हो सो हो।
रोशनी मिली अब राह में है एक दिलकशी सी बरसी, हर खुशी मिली अब जिंदगी पे है जिंदगी सी बरसी। अब जीना हमने सीखा है,
याद है कल आया था वो पल जिसमें जादू ऐसा था। हम हो गए जैसे रहे, वो पल जाने कैसा था। कहीं दिल के जाओ उधर ही तो, जहाँ भी लेके जाए आरज़ू। ओहो अब तो जो भी हो सो जो भी हो सो उड़े जो भी हो सो उड़े जो भी हो सो हो।
सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी, किरणें हैं सांसों में बातों में रोशनी। सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी, किरणें हैं सांसों में बातों में रोशनी। जो ही बदली दिल की ताल है, आहा यूं ही आया एक ख्याल है, आहा पाते हमें जिंदगी एक बार, क्यों न करे कोई कि हम इसको प्यार। जाने किसका है हमें इंतजार, कि जिंदगी यही है और यही। जो भी कल तक बस आरज़ू, वो ही पा गए हैं मैं और तू। थामे हम हाथों में यूं ही हाथ, शहर दिल में घूमेंगे साथ साथ। सारे सारे दिन सारी सारी रात बरस रही है एक खुशी हर कहीं। ये जिंदगी किरने है सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी सूरज की बाहों में। अब है ये जिंदगी किरने है सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। सपने जो बन सके उसी जिंदगी को कहो जिंदगी, नए नए रास्ते जो चुन सके उसी जिंदगी को कहो जिंदगी। पल पल में चलती हो झूम के चलती हो वो है जिंदगी। सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी किरने हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी किरने हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। पाते हमें जिंदगी एक बार, क्यों न करे खुल के हम इसको प्यार। जाने किसका है हमें इंतजार, ये जिंदगी यही है और यही। सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी किरने हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी किरने हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। सूरज की अब है ये किरने हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। सूरज की अब है ये किरने हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी।
Take the world and paint it red. Ooh, I paint it red. Ooh, I take the world and paint it red. Ooh, I paint it red.
एक जुनू एक दीवानगी हर तरफ बेखुदी 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 हर तरफ कहीं हल्के हल्के ये रंग छलके छलके जो किस्से हैं कल के भुला दे तू। कोई होले होले मेरे दिल से बोले किसी का तो होले चल जाने दे कोई जादू। एक जुनू एक दीवानगी हर तरफ बेखुदी 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 हर तरफ ये पल जो भरपूर है जो नशे में चूर है, इस पल के दामन में है मदहोशियाँ। अब तो ये अंदाज है हाथों हाथों साज है, आवाजों में घुलती है रंगीनियाँ। कोई जादू
¿Quién eres tú? ¿Dónde has estado? He removido cielo y tierra y no te encontré. Y llegas hoy tan de repente y das sentido toda mi vida con tu querer.
ना मैं समझा ना मैं जाना जो भी तुमने मुझसे कहा है सेन्योरिटा, मगर फिर भी ना जाने क्यों मुझे सुन के अच्छा लगा है सेन्योरिटा.
No desvíes la mirada, quédate cerca de mí.
मुझको बाहों में तुम ले लो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा. चाहत के दो पल भी निभाए, दुनिया में ये भी गम है क्या? खो जाए, भूले हम होगा गम है क्या? सेन्योरिटा, सुनो सुनो सेन्योरिटा, कहते हैं हम क्या?
Jamás podré interpretar el sentido de las palabras que me dedican, pero el calor de tu mirar me hace sentir como la más bella señorita.
निगाहों ने निगाहों से कहीं अरमान की दास्तां है सेन्योरिटा. ये चाहत की मोहब्बत की सारी दुनिया में एक ही जुबां है सेन्योरिटा.
मुझसे अब नजर ना फेरो, आओ पास तुम मेरे.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा.
चाहत के दो पल भी निभाए, दुनिया में ये भी गम है क्या? आओ खो जाए, भूले हम होगा गम है क्या? सेन्योरिटा, सुनो सुनो सेन्योरिटा, कहते हैं हम क्या?
जो भी पल बीता है सेन्योरिटा, हर पल तुमने है दिल जीता, बस इतनी सी तो बात है.
No desvíes la mirada, quédate cerca de mí.
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेन्योरिटा.
चाहत के दो पल भी निभाए, दुनिया में ये भी गम है क्या? आओ खो जाए, भूले हम होगा गम है क्या? चाहत के दो पल भी निभाए, दुनिया में ये भी गम है क्या? आओ खो जाए, भूले हम होगा गम है क्या? Ooh, I take the world and paint it red. Ooh, I paint it red. Ooh, I take the world and paint it red. Ooh, I paint it red.
एक जुनून एक दीवानगी हर तरफ बेखुदी 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 हर तरफ कहीं हल्के हल्के ये रंग चलके चलके जो किससे है करके भुला देता कोई
सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी, किरणें हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी, किरणें हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। जो ही बदली दिल की ताल है, आहा, यूं ही आया एक ख्याल है, आहा, पाते हमें जिंदगी एक बार, क्यों न करे खुल के हम इसका प्यार, जाने किसका है हमें इंतजार, कि जिंदगी यही है और यही। जो भी कल तक बस का आरज़ू, आहा, वो ही पा गए हैं मैं और तू, आहा, थामे हम हाथों में यूं ही हाथ, शहर दिल में घूमेंगे साथ साथ, सारे सारे दिन सारी सारी रात, बरस रही है एक खुशी हर कहीं। सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी, किरणें हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी। सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी, किरणें हैं सांसों में, बातों में रोशनी।
खुले आसमां में ख्वाबों के परिंदे उड़े, दिल के जहां में ख्वाबों के परिंदे। ओहो क्या पता जाएंगे कहाँ।
रोशनी मिली अब राह में है एक दिलकशी सी बरसी, हर खुशी मिली अब जिंदगी पे है जिंदगी सी बरसी। अब जीना हमने सीखा है,
याद है कल आया था वो पल जिसमें जादू ऐसा था, हम हो गए जैसे नहीं, वो पल जाने कैसा था। कहीं दिल के जाओ उधर ही तो, जहाँ भी लेके जाए आरज़ू। ओहो जो भी हो सो, जो भी हो सो उड़े, जो भी हो सो हो।
This small town is not exposed to anything what was coming their way, so they were quite excited.
अच्छा ये मेकिंग वाले हैं। Okay. Ready? All right. So how many of you did the assignment? So this is the basic of branding, okay? Branding is also where you create brand identity. Brand identity has about approximately like 8 to 10 elements that are core, and then there are more elements in the area of brand identity. But what I'm going to cover with you is pretty advanced stuff right now. Okay, how many of you are okay with that? How many of you are okay in talking about some advanced stuff?
Yes, okay.
Now, what was the first major concept that we learned in marketing? Customer persona on day one?
Customer persona.
We have to have that customer persona very, very clear. Yes or no? Otherwise, if we don't have that clear, we will always struggle in marketing. Yes? Now, building on it, these will be the advanced concepts around branding as well, which very few people really disclose and tell to the core. So I want you to pay close attention to this and really learn this at a very fundamental level. And every step of the way, if there is a question, please ask and clarify anything that you need to ask. Okay? All right.
Recording in progress.
So let's get started with advanced concepts on branding and session 2 for day 3. All right. This is where branding will move into a different. How many of you understand that branding is an emotion by now? Branding is equal to emotion, nothing else. The feeling and the emotion. Now, is feeling or emotion tangible? No, it's an intangible thing. That's why cracking a code on branding is very tough. Not many people are able to do. People are able to crack their code on marketing, but people are not able to really crack their code on branding. Okay. I was recently at a superstore, at a supermarket. I was buying some groceries. What happened? There was one person who was selling some dry fruits and some berries. He said कि अच्छे से पैकेज करके ब्रांड कर दो ना इसको, ब्रांडिंग कर दो थोड़ा महंगा बिक जाएगा. Packaging is not branding. In fact, I smiled with him and I just moved to the next shelf at the counter. People have a very coveted idea around what is branding. Now, he was just packed. What he was talking about branding. Yes, if it is nicely packed and all that, will it be a brand? Sure, yes. That is called brand identity. Identifying a certain product in a certain form of a packaging. But if you go to the depths of branding, if you go to the corners of branding, it is basically a feeling or an emotion that you evoke in your consumers' buying behavior patterns. It was collectively people feel about you as a brand. The feeling. Now, feeling is intangible. What we have just covered is the basics of branding right now, and this is where the core of branding is there. Rohit, you are there?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So pay close attention here. What we have to cover now. Connection comes before conversions. You have to really be connected with your audience at a very core level. You must be connected very well with your customer persona. And once you connect well, I'm telling you, connection is equal to conversion. How many of you want to improve your conversions? Guess where you have to work? Connecting with the audience, connecting with the people. It's the overall personality of the brand. It is the overall personality of the brand. Are you getting it? Branding is not limited to words in your message, values, or mission. It's an internal feeling or an emotion that your client experiences. Now tell me, can you really control branding? Can you control the internal feelings of your client? There can be broad guidelines around it. We can just have some element around it, but we cannot control it. We can shape it in some form. Can I get into the mind of Rohit in a way where I start controlling his mind? No. Arey, Rohit, you must think I'm premium. That's not how it is done. It's an internal feeling that Rohit has. And that's what you can shape. That's why I said you can shape. You cannot control some elements in branding. You can shape, definitely shape. There's an art and a science to it. But you cannot control some elements at the same time. Are you getting my point? Now, let us say Siddharth raises his diamond membership fees from 3 lakhs to, let us say, 5 lakhs. Will some people have objection? Maybe some will have. But most of the people will be okay with it. They will also like to pay 5 lakhs as well. Yes or no? Yes? Now, a brand new digital coach comes up on the horizon and he says he's the #1 digital coach and he prices his products as 5 lakhs. What will you say to him?
Pagal.
Are you Siddharth? You're not Siddharth, no? Itna charge karte hain. Are you getting what I'm saying? Because that man has not first built a foundation for his brand. That person has not first built a foundation for his brand. Are you getting what I'm saying? That's why foundation is important. If you want to build a brand that stands the test of time, that stands for the long term, this is where you have to work. Many people believe that brand is being on Z News. That's not it. Many people believe that your brand is being on CNBC. Brand is being seen with some top celebrities of the game. No. It might give you some short-term leverage. Right? Now, get this flat. It's an internal feeling or an emotion that your client experiences. It is why they choose to do business with you. It is why you or your business exists. It's a mission expressed by being true to it. That's why I said, I shared with you my charter where I said, be true to the game. It is why you or your business exists in the first place. And this is where a brand story will be starting to born. Brand story yahan se shuru hoti hai. Why se? And you craft memorable experiences at every stage of the purchase. You will have a memorable experience at every stage of the purchase. Branding. I want you to map out the entire experience of your funnel from L1, L2, L3, L4, from start to finish, and think of all the points that can make that brand special for your consumer. map. This map is called a funnel. And then when people are at awareness stage, how will people experience empathy with my brand? What kind of content do I need to produce for people to experience empathy for my brand at an awareness level?
Hmm.
Sure, when you say that, I understand you, I get you. But how can you express empathy in 5 ways, 10 ways, 20 ways, 30 ways? In your content, which form of content? Podcasts, okay. Videos, reels, shorts, infographics, blogs. How many people will it reach out to? How many people will it see? How much content do I need to produce every month to meet my goals? Are you getting what I'm saying? Map. Like, what will be some most important lines which I will say in L1, L2, L3, L4, which will become my signature talk, signature elements. What will I specifically say in L1? What will I specifically say in L2? What will I specifically say in L3? What will I specifically say in L4? Or for that matter, even in L0? When they are at awareness stage, now they have moved to the consideration stage. What kind of content will ensure that they experience authority? What kind of content will convey trust? What kind of content will convey that they can trust me? That's where your connection story comes in. That's where your brand story kicks in. Would you agree that there are some people who have not bought Siddharth Silver membership, but they have attended his webinar? Yes? Yes or no? They have not bought yet. But did they hear the brand story in the first place? What does that make them? What does that convey? Emotion is empathy, and they start trusting him over a period of time. They are at aware or totally unaware stage. And then one of the main objective of Siddharth's webinar is that people go back being problem aware. Because that's a cold audience he's now reaching out to. For how many of you this is a bulb on moment? And then they become problem aware, and they are now also aware of the solution that they're now looking for solutions. And then they move to the next stage. Then they want to test. Okay, let us check L1. Zyada investment nahi hai na. Let us check in 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. Let us kitna hi jayega? Nuksan kitna hi ho jayega? And once they enter, that's where he gives them a world-class experience of his products. User experience values. And then they move to the next stage, then the next stage, then the next stage. That is called funnel. That's called a value ladder. That's called a funnel. Are you getting what I'm saying? Making sense? And when I launch Brand Marketing Challenge, you will really understand it very powerfully in January when I do that. Most likely in January is when I will be able to know, because 10 days in January I'll be out. So by the last of Jan, I think it should be live. Now the question is, how many of you want to build a powerful personal brand? अगर नहीं बनाना चाहते, then the workshop is over. आप जा सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप बनाना चाहते हैं, then show me some energy, yaar. Show me some energy. All right? Yeah. Ten elements of a powerful personal brand. 10 elements. Positioning should be very clear. Your positioning strategy should be very clear, which gives you an advantageous position in the marketplace for your kind of customer. Power values. Now, this is where your branding actually starts to kick in. Power values is something that you share with. Like Siddharth talks about freedom, family, service. Right? I don't talk about that. I don't talk about that. What do you think? Okay, let me have some fun and let me test you some of you. You have worked with me right now, right? What do you think are the top 3 values with me or with my brand?
Lifetime learner, deep towards customer service.
Okay. Rohit? Become a master. Okay. Excellence is definitely a value with my brand.
Yeah.
Most importantly, how many of you feel connected?
Yeah.
You feel a sense of connection. Connection is one of the brand values for me. Like I really value connection. You should be connected with people. उनको अच्छे से समझो. And then I talk about service, living a life of service. Excellence, learning, become a master. I embody some elements in my brand tone. And these are the values, things that value. And when I attract people based on these values, will they be a right fit or a wrong fit?
Right fit.
They will be a right fit. Because I'm telling you, all of you out here have at least 2 values out of these 3, 4, 5 that I've mentioned with you. Either directly or indirectly in some level. That is why you are here. If you value dishonesty, you cannot be here in my diamond. सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता. If you are out there to pull up a scam for people, आप मेरे diamond में आ ही नहीं सकते. Because that's not the values I want to propagate. I don't even talk about it. In fact, I tell, don't buy my product if this doesn't resonate with you. High degree of resonance brings connection. This is the power values of the brand. What does the brand willing to stand for? Like I stand for excellence. Code of honor, your beliefs around a brand. This is where Blair is indispensable. Code of honor, values and beliefs about your brand. What do you really believe in? Do you believe in serving the customer or do you believe in robbing the customer? Do you believe in making a difference with a customer or do you believe in like looting a customer? What is your mission as a person? What is your mission as a brand? What is the change that you want to bring to society? When people say that this is the mission of your brand, that's when you're real. That's when they have become a powerful brand. How many of you want to understand? I want to share my understanding with you, and I want to propagate this with you. How many of you understand that mission is a term that's borrowed from military, from war?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
मिशन का मतलब क्या होता है? मिशन का मतलब होता है यू आर एट वॉर. सिंपल एज दैट. वॉर आप किसके साथ लड़ोगे? एनिमी, विलन के साथ. विलन कौन है? आपके ब्रांड का विलन कौन है? आप तो गाइड हो.
Sedentary lifestyle.
Sedentary lifestyle, education system. Is it an individual? No.
No.
You have learned that in the story format.
Yes.
That's when people understand that you are fighting Gabbar, when people say that you are fighting with Gabbar in a powerful manner, that's when you have become some kind of a brand. Mission means war. War किसके साथ होगी? Enemy के साथ ही होगी ना. You won't be at war with your loved ones. Yes?
Yes.
When your customer sees you that you are a warrior fighting this villain, they also are fighting that villain. That's when they'll come together at a very subconscious level. That's where you will be able to build a movement.
Powerful.
This is where you should give. How many of you have seen a war cry? War cry. Uri movie देखी है आपने?
Yes.
Uri movie में there is something called a war cry. When they are giving a final salute, when the daughter is there, where the lady is there, they are paying tribute to her husband and father. And the little girl gives out a loud cry, war cry. It's called a war cry. And that's when they see Vicky Kaushal is like in the full emotion moment, and he's like, this shouldn't be like that. This shouldn't have happened. Do you recall that moment? Anyone from Uri movie?
No.
How many of you understand war cry is something? There is something called a war cry. Do you understand this? War cry is a slogan where you say, let's come together, fight this enemy. Okay? You got to build what we call as a brand rally cry. When you say those words, when you say that statement, there is a rally happening with your fans that get together to bring out that change in the society. Mission means you are going into enemy land. Either you are killing someone or you are protecting something. How many of you know this? How many of you can understand this? Mission पे जब आप war में होते हो, either you are going to kill someone or you are going to protect something. Yes or no?
Yes.
Or both? Yes or no?
Yes.
It's the rescue rescue mission. How many of you have seen some war movies or action movies where the soldiers go to the enemy land, pick up a asset, and they retrieve back, and they get on an extraction, or they go to the enemy land and kill the main villain? Yes or no?
Yes.
That is exactly what is called to carry out a mission. Now, just because that you have a template of how to say a mission, does that really make you on a mission?
Embodiment.
आपको तो ये भी नहीं पता कि मैं विलन क्या फाइट कर रहा हूं. आप स्टोरी में कैसे लेके आओगे उनको? This is a recipe for building a movement around your brand, I'm telling you. Where Okay, Rohit, do you believe in the idea of being excellent with your craft? Yes. How many of you want to become excellent in your craft and you want to make a difference with the people that you teach? That's where you're starting to build an army. How many of you have seen I'm building an army of digital coaches and teachers and trainers who will change the education system? That is called a brand's mission, a brand narrative. A part of you wants to see that change, and that is why you're in ILH. A part of you wants to make and see that change in the education system. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, all of you have signed up with me. A part of you wants to really become good and excellent with what you are up to. It speaks to you. It resonates with you. It feels right with you. Or if this doesn't, then maybe for you, this really matters that you should genuinely take care of your customers. Be connected with your customers. That would speak to you. Or living a life of service, being a lifelong learner, that would speak to you. It will resonate, emotional resonance. You can't control it. This is not a strategy. This is not a strategy, guys. You can't manufacture something that you don't have. वो पता लग जाएगा कि genuine है कि नहीं genuine है. एक मिनट में, how many of you can understand when a child is sleeping, right? And when the child is acting to sleep, you are able to immediately pick up. Immediately. तुम्हें पता लग जाता कि he is asleep or he is not asleep. Yes or no? I'm telling you, human brain has that of capacity कि आपको एक मिनट में पता लगेगा कि ये बंदा genuine है कि नहीं genuine है. How many of you know what I'm talking? You can't fake the elements of branding here. And if you start faking, it's just a matter of time you're going to get a backlash. You will get a backlash. Yes, Rohit. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. You can show them a larger picture. You can show them the larger vision. You can talk about it. You can share the vision. But it is for them whether they take the vision or not. And over a period of time, when you communicate it enough, they will start getting it. And once I talk about it in detail, that will be a better place to answer this question. We need to be talking about a mission. Mission means who are you at war with? What is the enemy that you are fighting? And the more you talk about the enemy that you want to defeat and why you want to defeat will become the reason for the movement in your brand. That's why you need a brand story. Rohit, now you're able to see the connection? Why you need a brand story? Why for that anyone needs a brand story to impact conversions? Are you getting my point? Then you need to have a particular brand type. How many of you understand? How many of you have heard the name Carl Jung? Carl Jung suna hai aapne, and he was a very famous psychologist and a psychiatrist as well, who created personality types. He created 16 personality types, and there is a website called 16personalities.com where you can go and take the MBIT test. He Mayor types big indicators test, where you can test like what kind of a personality are you. It will give you a 4-letter code, and then the detailed description of those elements at a deeper psychological and a psychiatric level. That personality is decoded, right? Similarly, there is something called a brand archetype. There are only 12 kinds of brands in the world. And we will be going into every archetype in detail, in depth. You need to understand what kind of a brand you are. What are the elements of those branding that we need to nail? You need to understand your brand archetype, the personality of that brand. Then you also need a brand promise. What's the promise of your brand? Then you need a customer archetype. Okay, what is the customer का type कैसा है मेरे customer का archetype कैसा है, उसके buying patterns कैसे हैं, उसकी core values क्या है, किनको attract करना चाहता हूं, what kind of customers do I want to speak to? Story. You need to have powerful story in your brand. What we call as a brand rally cry. Something when you say, it starts to bring emotion and a shift with your audience where they start to take their game in a very different way. Like when in a war, the person who is leading the unit, right? How many of you have seen Border movie? You've seen Border movie? Oh, Sunny Deol Valian Border movie? Yeah. Can you spot a moment of brand cry or a rally cry, a war cry there? What is that moment? Uri में भी है. And even in Fighter, recently, the Fighter Hrithik Roshan वाली जो थी, उसमें भी थी war cry. When you start talking something from an Indian point of view, Indian perspective, Indian army, you already feel about something about an Indian army, right? Yes or no? And when you say, let's come together and kill this bastard, kill this enemy, let us go and kill Gabbar. How many of you would want to live a Gabbar free life? Let us go and kill this Gabbar. Are people troubled by Gabbar? All the people who are troubled by Gabbar, do they want to kill Gabbar and finally get rid of him? It is a unifying force against Gabbar. If you have not seen, I will recommend you a very, very fine movie in Hollywood, which is called Star Wars. A finest example of marketing in action. Homework for today. Watch Star Wars.
Is it Star Wars?
Star Wars, yeah. They give a brand rally cry to unify against a common enemy and overtake that enemy. Then the tone, the physiology, type BIO in the chat box. Balbon. I'm telling you, marketing value is created in
customer emotion.
Marketing value is created in
Words.
words.
Words. अच्छा अच्छा.
आपको अपनी कम्युनिटी के लिए अपनी लैंग्वेज क्रिएट करनी पड़ेगी. You know, the other day Rajiv was having a conversation with Sid, and he said the moment somebody says BIO, without even saying I know they are from ILH. The moment somebody says Balbon, I know they are from ILH. Sawal ye, do you have that kind of a tone or a phraseology for your community? Do you want to use headphones, or do you want to create MacBook, AirPods?
Yeah.
Do you want to borrow the same vocabulary, or do you want to create your own vocabulary? The choice is yours. Rohit, now you understand how deep you have to go? You're thinking something. Yeah.
One word change my concept. War. Mission is war. And something.
Mission is war. Who are you fighting against? What is the Gabbar your brand fights? Now, Gabbar, if you know, is a local gunda. But what if your brand is fighting Mogambo? He was the first international don of that stature. Now, who are you fighting? Local or international? Don't tell me I gave you the recipe for going international. How many of you got what I just said? Did you get the recipe of going international now? Kill a global villain. And that is what Sadhguru is doing. Does that man has an international impact or a global appeal?
Global, yes.
And today we'll be introducing branding around Sadhguru as well.
Interesting.
Oh, my favorite, first.
Everything that you ever want to know about it. In ways people will not tell. The tone kya hai? How many of you know what? Okay, what is the tone of the brand Kapil Sharma? Very good.
You?
Okay, what is the tone of the brand Modi? Is it different from that of Kapil Sharma? If Modi adopts the tone of brand Kapil Sharma, what will happen to his brand?
Disaster.
Whatever that is. Are you getting my point? How many of you understand? अरे हमको देख के तुम टोन बदल लिए? How many of you understand? Like, that's where tone impacts. How many of you change your tone when you meet some people? आपका बॉस आया, इमीडिएट आपकी टोन बदल गई. आपका कोलीग आया, आपकी टोन बदल गई. आपका जूनियर आया, आपकी टोन बदल गई. बीवी आई तो टोन छोड़ो, ट्यूनिंग ही बदल गई. टोन को भी छोड़ो, ट्यूनिंग ही बदल गई.
हाँ, अभी तो एक क्लास करके मेरा ट्यूनिंग ही बदल रहा है.
Yes, Deepa.
So, the recent thing which happened where the Paytm fellow said, okay, Tata, bye bye. I mean, that was also in a wrong tone of messaging.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What will happen to brand Modi if they adopt the tone of Kapil Sharma?
Joke. India will be a joke.
How many of you understand that Kapil Sharma also has a tone of flirting? He's flirtatious. That's a tone which is good for humor and fun. Because one of the way humor is evolving, humor, अभी sarcastic humor नहीं चल रहा है, satire नहीं चल रहा है, अभी flirtatious humor चल रहा है. And he embodied, he's riding the wave. In real life, he is not like that. He's not at all flirtatious. It's a tone. Okay, what is the brand tone of Donald Trump?
Arrogance.
Aha. Like that. Aggression.
Aggression?
Now imagine Donald Trump embodies the tone of Kapil Sharma. Okay, what is the tone of Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli?
Fighter.
Humble.
And what will happen to Sachin Tendulkar brands if he embodies the tone of, let us say, Amrish Puri?
मजा आ जाएगा.
If you want to build a personal brand, own a brand emotion and a brand tone. I want to be building my brand consciously around the tone of excellence, mastery. This is the tone that I want to embody. And you will understand why as we move around. And I want to stay true to that. And it's not even a conscious choice. It's a calling for me. It's a calling. It inspires me. Now, these are the 10 very powerful elements around very, very important things. Some very, 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 very important things that I want to share with you are these.
So can you please repeat again the second word? You said you are building your brand around to excellence, and second?
Mastery.
Yes.
Very, very important things. Your own belief, your own conviction on why you are doing this. You want to really understand the type of personality in your brand and in your customer. Who are you and who do you serve? And very important, you need to understand your positioning, your USP, and how do you create that unique, specific transformation for your client. And then is when you bring a brand story, which means what got you here and why are you doing what you are doing. And once you combine all this 1, 2, 3, 4, the crux will become a call, a unifying call that brings in rally of raving fans who will follow you no matter what you do. This is the recipe to build a powerful brand.
Number 4 point.
These are the 10 elements. These are 10 elements that you need to be having if you want to build a powerful personal brand. And this is your belief why you are doing it, your conviction why. Archetype is who are you and who do you serve? आपका कौन है and who do you serve मतलब customer persona.
Buyers persona, okay.
Who are you? Archetypes हम डिस्कस करेंगे इसके बाद. Then positioning. Your USP and how do you create that specific transformation with your client? Brand story is what got you here? Why are you doing what you are doing?
Oh, what got you here? अच्छा, brand story.
आप क्यों कर रहे हो वो जो भी कर रहे हो? ऐसा क्या हुआ था? And then 1 + 2 + 3 + 4. When you bring all of these together, that brings in a powerful unifying call that brings raving fans, and they will follow you anywhere, no matter what. Those are the super fans that you should be looking at. Branding actually paves way and guides your marketing strategy, your social media, PR, marketing, email branding, every single thing. Guess what? If you have to build a powerful brand, how many of you want to build a powerful brand? You have to first nail branding and then do kind of marketing which will build that brand. How many of you are getting what I'm saying? आपको पहले अपनी ब्रांडिंग नेल करनी पड़ेगी, बिकॉज आपकी ब्रांडिंग से ही आपको पता लगेगा कि आपकी मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होनी चाहिए, आपकी सोशल मीडिया स्ट्रेटजी क्या होनी चाहिए, आपकी ब्रांड टोन के हिसाब से आपका ब्रांड पीआर कैसे होगा, आपका ब्रांडिंग से आपका ईमेल्स कैसे जाएगा, लाइक एवरी योर प्रेजेंस ऑन सोशल मीडिया वो कैसे होगी, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ ब्रांड डू यू वांट टू बिल्ड. That is also their branding. Rujita Divakar also says, eat local.
Eat local.
उसका स्लोगन है, eat local. That embodies a tone of desiness to her branding. And she's very premium as well. उसके न्यूट्रिशन प्लान्स 12 लाख से शुरू होते हैं.
3 months, 6 months.
हाँ, लाखों में चार्ज करती है वो. She branded herself as she was the brand nutritionist for Katrina Kaif when she Kareena Kapoor when she attained size 0 figure. It was there in the media. Media goes a long way in shaping a perception. मीडिया में कैसे आना है, कैसे दिखना है, किसके साथ दिखना है, it goes a long way in your branding. Why do you think people pay for 5 lakhs for clicking a photograph with Robert Kiyosaki? They think they have become Robert Kiyosaki like that. They will be able to leverage it. It's a short-term tactic. It's only a matter of time for people when they find out he is not the Robert Kiyosaki. Are you getting now? How many of you are feeling a sense of opening, like your mind is now opening?
Overloaded with caffeine. Marketing caffeine.
We can end it here then. If you don't want to learn any further, we can end the workshop here.
Capacity बहुत है.
No. One flavor is coming. I am the brand. This is now creating on me.
Master Blaster.
Sachin Tendulkar.
Nobody comes close to him. They own that emotion. They own that emotion. Now, my सवाल ये आपसे है. What is the signature emotion of your brand that you own? Like own. For me, okay, what do you think is the signature emotion of my brand?
Excellence.
Okay.
Care.
It's signature emotion. It is one of the emotions. It's
Like
not the emotion.
Depth.
That will come with excellence only. That's not the main emotion. Connection.
Connection.
When you are on a one-to-one call with me, how many of you feel that I'm somebody who's deeply connected with you at that time?
Mm.
Connection.
Connection.
Of course, with connection comes other stuff as well automatically because the birds of a common feather flock together.
Hmm.
And do I manufacture it? No, I naturally embody it in my conversations. Even if you meet me physically, you will still experience that. Rohit, out of all this gang, Rohit has met me personally as well, in person. Rohit, did you felt a sense of connection when we were offline as well? Yeah, in SDR, and even after the event also. Yes. Huh, did you feel ki I'm here and you are here? No. That's not the experience I give to people. Until unless I want to give to people. If I want to give it to people, I can create that as well. But naturally नहीं आता, नहीं करता हूं मैं. Yes. Yes.
So it is original. Whatever we have.
Obviously. Why am I saying congruent and aligned otherwise? If you come to me, you feel a sense of connection and care. And what if you meet me and you don't experience that? What will happen? That's an incongruent life. It is just second nature to me. No. I just expressed and dived deep into my personality and I understood myself. I became self-aware. And then out of the main elements that were there in my self-awareness, already there, I started practicing them consciously. They were already there. I started expanding on them. If you meet me, I'm naturally a very warm person. I don't have to manufacture warmth. I am warm. I genuinely care for human people. I genuinely care for humans and love humans. I love people. That's why I'm good with psychology and human behavior side. And once I discovered that marketing is nothing but human psychology, it became my favorite. I love marketing. Because why? I understood it's the art of creating genuine customer value. It's not a clever way of pushing your products from one place to the other. When this statement hit me, it's changed my life. Golak has also met me in person. Golak, do you feel I'm the same on camera and in person? Ki different hai?
Same. More than that.
That's exactly what I say. Become congruent. Become aligned. Become one with who you are. Not like कि आप बोलो कि ठीक है हम आपकी बुक प्रमोट करेंगे बाद में पढ़िए यहाँ पे छोड़ दो देख लेंगे आप. You know Rohit what I'm talking. हाँ हम आपको प्रमोट करेंगे. There is something that happened with Rohit. He shared his experience. and then he felt bad about it. Was that aligned behavior? Will that, okay, we are not talking about, will that brand ever gain that kind of respect after from you, ever after? No. Picking your brand. You can pick your identity of the brand. And this is what you have to discover over a period of time and then express. Discover what is the core emotion for you. Sometimes it's okay, even I would say even it's even okay to start it as a strategy, but ultimately it should become an embodiment. Otherwise, just see what is it that you embody and start expressing. Discover and express. Don't use this as a strategy. The big why. Get crystal clear on what is it that you stand for and why you exist. Crystal clear. What you stand for. This is the starting point of being a value-driven marketer. What do you really value as a person? Values are more than just mere words. You should not pick words because they sound great. You should pick words because you want to embody them in deeper, meaningful ways. Versus, you pick words that are sounding great versus you embody them at all levels in your funnel, in your conduct as a living reality. Your big why. Why is equal to, once your why becomes your mission, which means you start talking about why you are fighting this war with this enemy, that becomes a brand of your own. That becomes a very powerful force because a lot of people are dealing with the same villain. That is marketing and branding. What are a few things that are truly non-negotiable for you? Which means, what is your code of honor? What is the value of your brand for you? What are your code of honors? What are your principles on which you want to run business? You build your sales, build your marketing. What are the principles on which you want to build your brand? People don't do this. And they want to build a brand.
Recording stopped.
How many of you have recently heard there was a very, very big coach? He was like very popular recently. Now he's nowhere to be seen. Are you aware of it? You don't want me to take a name, right? Or do you? Is it okay if I take a name?
Yes.
Is it okay? Can you keep it to yourself?
Yes.
There were a lot of ads lately by Himanshu Agarwal. Do you see any advertisements by him now? Gone. Because that man doesn't have a solid code of honor. He has all the strategies, all the tactics. That's where Blair comes in. I'm telling you, if you want to build a brand in this game, he is one person you want to be touched by directly. That's why not if you are getting a chance to do TTT or any of his programs, do it as ASAP. मैंने कोई नाम नहीं लिया, आपने कोई नाम नहीं सुना. चलो recording चल. Wherever he has moved to, it doesn't matter. That man doesn't have a code of honor as of now. Until he becomes a Blair student and embodies the code of honor, that's a separate issue. मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं लिया, आपने किसी का नाम सुना नहीं. Is that a deal? Thank you. Yes, Deepa.
Recording in progress.
So, Harmeet, you're mentioning that we have to do TTT and MTS, or which is the
No,
priority?
TTT is minimum. If you want to do MTS is very good program, and if you can spare that kind of money and that kind of time investment and all that, you should do it. Otherwise, you can even do it at a little later stage as well.
But TTT is
MTS is
minimum.
immediately not mandatory,
Okay.
but TTT I would highly recommend.
Okay, fine. Sure.
Minimum TTT. Go for TTT. It will build you into something very powerful.
ये कब होता है usually?
February, it is happening, I believe. Delhi में MMI हो रहा है in January, and that's when they will offer the best deal as a part of the Quantum Leap package and a TTT as well, and that's where you can do TTT in February. But the package is a little on the higher side.
How do we get only for TTT?
Huh?
How will we get only for TTT if I want to check?
हाँ, वो भी मिल जाएगा.
Oh, whom do we ask?
You reach out to somebody in SuccessCam.
Success Gan.
Anyone in SuccessCam, you reach out. मिल जाएगा. आप बात करो सुरेंद्र से, हो जाएगा. But I would say, अगर आप ले ही रहे हो तो पूरा पैकेज ही ले लो. That's the best deal they are offering. That's always the lowest priced.
Which package?
MMI के बाद they sell a Quantum Leap package along with TTT, and that's the lowest ever. I got it at a super low, but you can even get it at a very low price. 3.75. 3.75 plus GST. Or 3.5 plus GST, something like that. Yeah. I think TTT should be even more expensive. Yeah, the kind of work that they do is phenomenal. We'll be doing some of the those elements in Ignite this time, but it's a
Still,
very.
you recommend TTT?
I highly recommend TTT.
Oh, okay.
Highly recommend. In the next few years to come, we want to be doing that kind of element in Ignite
Oh,
from 26 onwards.
We believe that.
That's what I am learning from my mentors today. Like, how do you build like really deep and really core? That's why I'm telling you, Ignite will be a very powerful signature event for me and Sagar as in the years to come, and we are going to make it as a benchmark in the training and coaching industry. We'll take it very premium. हमारा टारगेट है कि 2-3 लाख के ऊपर लेके जाएं. That's why it's a journey. It's not going to happen in a day. That's why in the first batch we want to offer it almost like at a for free, cost to cost, so that we build social proof. By the way, you can also invite your friends if you would want them to be a part of this experience. And if you have a brother, sister, spouse, partner, anyone who you would want them to experience, please bring them along. And it's a very, very powerful experience when you do it with your partner or a loved one, because that's when your frequency wavelength will start to match at a very different level, and you two can come together as a team. What I will promise you is a very powerful learning experience, extraordinary. All right, we move forward. And your code of honor. And these are some advanced pointers. Who are you? Who do you serve? What do you embody? What do you embody? When people see you, what do they see? When people see Sachin Tendulkar, what do they see? When people see Kapil Sharma, what do they see? What is your core made of? When they see Katrina Kaif, what do they see? When they see Blair, what do they see? When they see Nilesh, when they see Deepa, when they see Golak, Rohit, what do they see? When they see Uday, what do they feel? What does the fly on the wall see or feel when you are there? What does your cat or dog feel about you? Who are you? Like, this is the advanced pointers I want to be talking about. Like, How many of you understand that if you walk into the office of a military general, what kind of a space it will be? The environment of his office will tell that a military general lives here. Yes or no? Yes or no? The environment of, when you walk into a 5-star or a normal hotel, how do you know it is a normal hotel or it is a 5-star?
Vibes.
Environment speaks. Environment speaks. Who do you speak? What is the possibility that you bring to your environments? What do you bring to your environment? When people see you, what do they see when they see you? A lousy little fellow who is wanting to make money and is highly transaction oriented, do they see a cheapo stuff? Or do they see some really premium stuff for which they are willing to pay premium? Something exclusive. How's your presence in a crowd? How do you feel in a crowd? What is your presence like? I mean, if Sadhguru is present in a room of 10,000 people, his presence will be felt. Yes or no? If Amitabh Bachchan is present in a group of 1,000 people, his presence will be felt. There are other people in the room also. Their presence will not be felt. There are some people who walk into a party, nobody even notices them. There are some people who walk into a party and they become the life of the party. Who are you? What's your presence like? How many of you, when you click a selfie with Blair, you feel tall, you feel grown up. You feel a moment of pride. These are the advanced pointers I want you to think about when it comes to your branding. Now let us dive into the 3 key benefits. It helps you stand out. That is why you should build a brand. And you shouldn't be afraid of polarizing people, because polarity is equal to popularity. It attracts real fans, real customers. 40% game hai in content. 30% game is in distinct personality, and 30% of the game is in storytelling.
But one thing I want to say, 30% distinct personality. Based on personality, content, storytelling, everything will be
absolutely, absolutely. This is the base.
100% is distinct personality.
This is where your branding comes in. This is where your brand story comes in. This is where your brand feel comes in. This gets infused with this. This is the core. It builds trusts and fosters long-term loyalty. 65% of small businesses are repeat customers. 60%, 65%. That is why you should build a brand. That is why you should build a brand.
The last slide, please.
Just a second. What is your core made of? 3 benefits. It helps you stand out. Polarity. It attracts real fans, builds trusts, and that is why you should build a brand. Now we are at a very critical juncture, and I want to ask you, I want to ask you. I give you a lunch break now because iske baad there is very intense work that we do. If we get into it, we'll take more than 1 hour, 15 minutes, 20 minutes into this. So अगर हम 1 hour 20 minutes अभी लगाएंगे, 1:05 already हो चुका है, तो already you will get a lunch break around 3. Or we can have a break and we can resume at, or we can have a lunch break right now. We can have a conversation at 2.
and we can break now.
2 to 4 we can go really intensive. अगर फिर मुझे 1.5 घंटा भी 2 घंटे भी लग रहे हैं, we can go really intensive in the task.
Lunch break.
Lunch
Whatever you
break
feel
and
like.
have a session.
Lunch break,
Yes.
right? And okay, because we have got a lot of stuff right now. How many of you believe that you learned something, you got something, and after once you come back from the break, is where we will dive deep into every single aspect, those 12 types of branding and into customers' mindset in a way where your brand would want to live. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Right? All right. It is 1 of 5. If you want to have any questions, anything till now, what we have covered, please ask. And we'll have a break around 1:10 and till 2. If you have any questions, you want to discuss any point, anything at all, we can talk.
अच्छा, one thing you said that कि कालजाम ना क्या वो कुछ साइट है?
अगला स्लाइड वही है. अगला स्लाइड कालजाम का ही है.
कालजाम.
This is the website that you can check out. There they talk about the MBIT 16 personalities या 16 personality. दोनों में से एक है.
16personality.com, right?
Yeah, 16 personality, and they talk about some of the major types. All right, any questions around branding till now? Rohit? All good? Nilesh, anything?
Good, sir. All good.
All good.
ये एक वेबसाइट है जहां पे कार्ल जंग ने अपना काम किया था, एंड ही डिस्टिंग्विश्ड टोटल और ह्यूमन बीइंग्स की देयर आर 16 पर्सनालिटी कोड्स. ही डिवाइडेड देम इनटू 16 कैटेगरीज, एंड ऑल ह्यूमंस कैन बी फिटेड इनटू वन मेन कोड ऑफ पर्सनालिटी टाइप. This is a way to humans study human behavior. This is not the full and final type, but this is a very powerful way to approach and learn about personalities. Okay. And now I will be talking about brand personalities when we come back from the break. Right. And we'll resume the session at 2. You are free to now go on a lunch break. Don't eat very heavy lunch so that after the lunch you are on like 16 personalities. Similarly, you will now discover that, and he was the one who actually gave theory about human psyche. And these archetypes are based on the range of human motivators. What motivates these people? What emotions drive them to act? Now, how many of you understand that sales is a emotional decision? Yes?
Yes.
So what is the signature emotion and what are the motivators for that particular emotion is what we'll be diving deep into. And what are which means if you know the core value, what is your core value of your customer? Can you speak to them? Can you address that piece? If there are people who value honesty, if there are people who value dishonesty, if there are people who value freedom, if there are people who value excellence, if there are people who value, let us say, being transactional, that's also a value. It's not a bad value. It's a value. Okay. What are the core desires of your customer? अगर आपको ये पता है, can you tap into it to drive your conversions? What are their core fears? Do you think these are important factors to know? Values, desires, drives, fears. What really drives them? What is their number one fear? What is their core desire at heart? And if you know this stuff, it is very, very potent, very, very potent stuff. then you can speak to these emotions and values in your marketing, and that's the kind of crowd you will start attracting in your funnel. Are you getting my point? 12 archetypes. Meeting is being recorded, yes? Recording for you. Yes, it's on. So these are 12 archetypes in branding. And these 12 archetypes can also be used to brand the company, the person, and even the client. So this is also from a client archetype as well. Okay. First is innocent. It's a name. It's a name of the archetype in the theories of branding. The core value is safety. And here I will be taking case studies of big brands also, global giants as well, where you will understand these elements at a finer play in great detail, because unka communication is very loud. You will really understand branding in the core essence of it. Okay? It's the innocent. Core desire is to be happy and seek paradise. They want to be happy and they want to seek paradise. What drives them is to do the right thing and be positive. That's what drives them. That's what drives their psychology. Greatest fear is to be punished for doing something bad. That's what their greatest fear is. Dove embodies that brand tone. How many of you understand that Dove feel around Dove is that of innocent? How many of you have seen some advertisements by Dove? You've seen some advertisements by Dove? It's gentle on skin, pH balance, strips. And they're afraid. They don't want to do something bad. And they're innocent type. And from now on, you want to guess the brand, okay? Also guess the brand who embodies that tone. Everyday man, woman. IKEA embodies this tone. The core value is belonging. They value that they belong with people. Belongingness is a core emotion that they have. Core desire is to connect with others, feel understood. Core drives is ordinary but virtuous. If you look at the chairman of IKEA, lives in a 2-bedroom flat. Ordinary but virtuous. Be down to earth. Have empathy.
Tata also was.
Greatest fear is to be left out. But that's a tone that they embody. These brands embody. Greatest fear to be left out. Third, the hero is the brand archetype, is hero. The core value is mastery. They love being good with the craft. They love being excellent. To make a mark, to prove their worth, to improve the world. That's what they want. Core driving factor is to be strong, courageous, and competent. Greatest fear, weakness, being a chicken, coward, vulnerability. Can you think of a brand of that thought? Who is this tone? A brand that embodies this tone. What is a brand that embodies this tone?
That is
Nike.
Twitter Group in India.
Nike, FedEx. Nike. How many of you understand the core value around Nike is mastery and excellence?
No understand. Why?
Yes. For how many of you Nike is one of your favorite brands? If Nike is one of your favorite brands, then there is some desire within you to become a master. You value excellence.
Yes.
You want value to be strong, courageous. You want to become competent. And what's a fear? Weakness. And that's why this brand resonates mostly with people who are in the zone of athletes, because they have a certain mindset to train. Next. Now, these are the values for this brand, okay, Nike. Next. Fourth archetype, the caregiver. The caregiver is core value is service. They are deeply inspired by value of service and they want to embody service. They exude caregiver. Their core desire is structure, stability to protect and care for others. That's what they value. That's their desire, strong desirability around stability, protection and care, safety. To do things for others, showcasing compassion and generosity. That's their driving factor. That is what drives them. Keep thinking of a brand around it. And their greatest fear is selfishness and ungratefulness. Okay, please stay on mute if you're burping. I know you had a plate full.
Data.
Pampers.
Hmm.
It has a brand tone of being a caregiver. Yes, Nilesh.
Sir, now in the greatest fear, selfishness and ungratefulness. So, can you please explain ungrateful? I mean, वो समझ में नहीं आया.
Your target audience, your persona, client persona, does he have some fears? You're in the health.
Yes, they have some fear that.
Do you have some? आपका संध्या है, कार्तिक है. क्या इनका कोई fear है, कोई डर है?
Yes, डर है. What if you will stop coaching us? That is a fear.
Okay. Now, they are the client archetypes. Now, you are also a brand, you are a business. You can be a different archetype. But are you addressing their fear?
Yes.
Now, you could be a hero archetype as a brand, where your greatest fear is to become a coward or a chicken out. And their greatest fear is being ungrateful. Are you as a brand addressing their fear?
Okay.
How ungrateful, then what to do and what will be?
Hold it. अभी मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. I'm not done.
Okay.
You want to understand this one bit here. When you are talking, when you're sending out certain communication to your target market, you are being a human.
Yes.
Every human will have some fear also, some desire, some driving factor, something that they value about.
Yes.
Yes. Your fear as a brand is around, I would be seen as ungrateful and selfish. Do you think that you see this brand of Pampers as selfish? Or do you feel that they care for their customer? Look at the feel, look at the images on their products, now, with a mother holding a baby. What do you feel? Do you feel that the mother is not caring for the baby, or the mother is like slapping the baby?
Caring for the baby.
That's a feel. I'm talking about feelings and emotions here.
Okay.
देयर फीलिंग इज, बेबी का ये फीलिंग है या उसका मदर का ये फील है कि baby will not love me if he sees me as selfish or ungrateful. That's why they used that kind of imaging. Because a mother cannot be selfish and ungrateful. That's why they chose mother as a symbol on their branding.
Okay. Why I'm asking, based on these answers, I feel that my one-to-one coaching services comes under this category, but I was just unable to understand.
अभी आप पहले 12 के 12 को देखो.
Okay.
फिर समझ में आएगा ये.
Perfect.
Because if okay, if you say that I don't have any fear, is that a true statement?
No.
If you say that I don't fear anything, is that for real?
No.
Do you think people will believe that?
Yes.
Nobody will believe that. Everyone has some fear. हाँ, ये हो सकता है कि आपका थोड़ा fear कम हो सकता है आम चीजों को लेके. You might be a brave and a courageous brand as well, but that doesn't mean कि you don't have any fear. The portion of fear can be up and down. The quantity can be up and down. But fear can never be zero.
True.
This is called being human. I want you to imagine एक brand एक इंसान की तरह है. Pick up a brand. Pick up any brand. Let us say Canon. Okay, Canon printers or Canon cameras. You take that as a brand. I want you to think that Canon is basically a human. Let us give him a character of that he is Mr. Canon. Imagine that Canon is a man. What kind of height does Canon have? What kind of build Canon has? What kind of personality traits Canon has? What are the behavioral traits of it? What are the core values of this human being called Mr. Canon? What is the core desire of Canon? What is driving Canon to take action? What is motivating Canon? What is the greatest fear of Canon? We give them certain psychological attributes. And we give them certain behavioral attitudes. And we give them certain emotional attributes to Canon. Because Canon is going to be a brand, yes. If Canon is going to be a brand, he has to express himself with whom? With humans. That is why Mr. Canon has to take a human form. Because Canon को चला कौन रहा है? AI तो नहीं चला रही है ना? Humans ही चला रहे हैं. Humans want to connect with humans through Mr. Canon. And they only want to connect with a certain kind of an audience who has, now there is management of Canon, yes? The management of Canon का कुछ value system होगा. Overall. Let us say, personally हम सबका value system अलग है. Personally हम सबकी desires अलग है. Personally, individually हम सबको अलग-अलग चीजें drive कर रही हैं, को motivate कर रही हैं to do something or to not do something. Yes? And personally we are afraid of something, maybe individually we're all afraid of something different. But when we come together as a group, can we shortlist these behavioral dynamics at a group level?
Absolutely, yes.
When we say Gujaratis are very business minded.
Right.
Is every Gujarati business minded? No.
No.
Are most of them business minded? Yes. It's a level of traits at a level of a community. Similarly, there can be traits at a level of a company, at a level of a brand, at a level of a organization. Now, if we study of that sort, that's a very hard way to approach it. This is a simpler way to understand the dynamics at a group level, at a higher level. Now, if we look at, mostly you are from ILH.
Right.
Now, let us say somebody is not from ILH. They entered into this system first. Right? And when I give them examples of Siddharth, will it resonate?
No.
No. Will it make sense? No. Then there are certain traits, certain expressions of a particular community. Are you getting my point? ILHians behave a certain way. Like you will go to IIT. IITians will behave a certain way. IIM guys will behave a certain way. Can we pick up unique traits of IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur, IIT Lucknow, IIT or IIM Bangalore, IIM Ahmedabad? Yes, we can. This is a way to study group dynamics basically. अब कैनन जो है वो कोई उसको ह्यूमन फॉर्म दी हमने ताकि हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग बढ़े, क्योंकि कैनन को कौन चला रहा है एट द एंड ऑफ द डे? कोई ह्यूमंस चला रहे हैं.
Right.
They invented Mr. Canon, which will outlive, क्योंकि जो कैनन को आज चला रहे हैं वो 10 साल के लिए चलाएंगे, 20 साल के लिए चलाएंगे, उसके बाद उनमें से कुछ छोड़ देंगे या किसी को, some of them will even leave the planet. But Mr. Canon का जो लाइफ स्पैन है, एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का जो लाइफ स्पैन होता है, जो MNC बन जाती है, उसका लाइफ स्पैन इज एवरेज ग्रेटर देन एवरेज ह्यूमन लाइफ. Yes or no?
Yes.
And when a company grows to a large level or a certain person grows to a large level, he's seen as a larger than life image. Mahatma Gandhi is seen as a larger than life image. Bhagat Singh is seen as a larger than life image because of the actions and the activities that they did. Are you getting my point? Albert
Yes.
Einstein is, it's not like Albert Einstein is dead. Albert Einstein का काम अभी भी प्रभावित कर रहा है. It's a way to outlive. And once you are beginning into that zone, into that range, you want to be again connected with masses. क्योंकि humans को humans के साथ ही connect करना है ना. That's why this is called branding. And branding में at a very core level value system होगा. Ratan Tata का value system is, how many of you know कि Ratan Tata का value system है? You will feel something for Ratan Tata. Core desire, humans की desires होती हैं, yes or no?
Yes.
Humans के driving factor होते हैं.
Yes.
Humans का fears होता है.
Yes.
That is where it connects with humans. Allow me to complete 12 and then I will take all your questions.
Okay. Done, sir.
All 12. Okay? Now, you see this image? A baby smiling and a baby being held by a mother, and they're just cuddling with each other. That is an expression of care. Now, the greatest fear is if you see this mother as being selfish and ungrateful, will it be expressing this value?
No.
No. Next, the explorer. Core value is freedom. Core desire is experience better, authentic, fulfilling life. Core driving factor for an explorer is to try new things, escape boredom. Boredom is the biggest trigger for them. They always want something new. How many of you know some people? They will always want to try something new at a restaurant. They'll always want to try something new, something new, something new, something new.
Siddharth, one of them.
बात करेंगे अभी. Their greatest fear is getting trapped. Inner emptiness. Conformity. ऐसा ही होता है is their greatest fear. And somewhere they want to challenge that. Jeep. Can you think of another brand as an explorer? North Face. Jackets आती हैं इनकी. Are you getting what I'm saying? Just a second. Any questions around this? Jeep, North Face. Do you understand that in some ways they express the value of an explorer?
Oh.
Something explain, please.
जीप की एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स देखी हैं आपने? नॉर्थ फेस
Yes.
की एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स देखी हैं? What is the
Yes.
value? What's the emotion, the feeling that's expressed?
Better experience. Just get escape.
Explorer. The feel is explorer. You wear these jackets and do some exploration in the wild. Rohit, is it landing? Now, you can be in the same niche, but can you adopt a specific brand archetype where you address a certain specific customer archetype? That will build you a unique positioning with respect to branding in your audience. Let us see, there are 10 finance coaches. There is one finance coach who says, get on an exciting thrill and adventure of building your financial wealth, where you stand out and build generational wealth. That's the message. What is the tone of that message? What is the emotion he is targeting? Adventure, thrill. Adventure of building. I clearly said the word adventure. And then I say, become really excellent in wealth creation. What's the emotion I'm targeting? Excellence, mastery. And वो किसके साथ resonate करेगा? The word excellence and word mastery किसके साथ resonate करेगा? People who value that? The adventure of building wealth. वो किसके साथ resonate करेगा? People who are adventurous minded. Can you understand this now? How deep it can be? Yes or no? Yeah. This will help you build a unique brand. And if you look at all the brands, international brands that I've taken here, all are expressing their archetype. All of them. Let's move forward. The outlaw is another. What they really value is liberation. The core desire is to leave a mark, change what isn't working. Core driving factor is to disrupt to become a rebel and shock. How many of some people, they have these personality traits? They are rebels. They're outlaws. They will never fit in a team. Their greatest fear is to be powerless and helpless. How many of you feel powerless and helpless with in your financial situation? What are you addressing, Rohit, when you say this? The greatest fear. What kind of people will resonate with that? The outlaws who value liberation. And when you say, do you want to put an end to this and be finally have a freedom and be liberated, and you want to live easy in your finances? Who are you speaking to in your ad, in your branding? Very good. People who don't want to experience this. And then I create an ad. Then I create another ad. Tell me. We believe in the value that you should be financially free. You should be live a worry-free life. And we want to disrupt the financial status of all people who are living a powerless and helpless lives in the area of finance. That is what I am on a mission to disrupt that. Who are you as a brand archetype then? The outlaw. You have become that outlaw. You have become that Robin Hood for them. By the way, Robin Hood was an outlaw. Next, what is the brand that endorses this spirit? What is the brand that embosses this spirit of outlaw? Richard Branson, Virgin Airlines. Who else? Anyone else that comes to your mind?
Harley Davidson.
Savage by Fenty. Rihanna is a very famous lingerie brand. How many of you understand that Rihanna, when she dances and the way she expresses herself on stage, she's like an outlaw. She doesn't fit the conformity or the normal standards of a woman. She outdefines them, outlives them. She's a rebel. Do you understand this? It is at a feeling or an emotion level, guys, I'm talking about. Something that triggers those feelings and those emotions. Now, I'll show you a very different brand with a very different feel. Same genre. The lover is another archetype. Their core value is intimacy. The core desire is to connect with others, be around people, work in surroundings that they love. That is what their desire is. That's what they really, really love. Their core driving factor is to become more attractive. Gratitude and commitment is also an emotion that they evoke. And their core fear, greatest fear, is being alone, unwanted, unloved. Tell me another lingerie brand which is very famous, which falls under this category. Dior is there. Dior follows this archetype. What's the another lingerie brand that follows this?
Victoria's Secret?
Victoria's Secrets, absolutely. Now, can you see that Fenty by Rihanna and Victoria's Secrets, their customer is different, their brand is different, their targeting is different, their positioning is different. Same products. Same product. How many of you are learning something here? Can you see how brands differ in their branding also now? Because at a brand level, your brand archetype and your customer archetype can be different. Now, there are two companies who also have the same archetype in branding. Let us assume that. Can they have different segments in the society that they will target? Unka customer archetype is different. Let us say both embody the lover feel. Yeah? Lover feel दोनों embody कर लेते हैं. लेकिन एक का customer archetype is outlaw और एक का customer archetype is caregiver. Will their branding differ?
Definitely, yes.
That is how you stand out in a crowded marketplace. What are your chances that you will have the same archetype, same value system as that of your competitor? सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता. चलो मान लो 1% की कस्टमर आर्केटाइप सेम है आपका. मान लीजिए both companies are targeting caregiver. पर एक कंपनी का ब्रांड आर्केटाइप इज आउटलॉ और एक कंपनी का आर्केटाइप इज इनोसेंट. डू यू थिंक द मैसेजिंग विल चेंज?
Yes.
The wording will change, the feelings will change, the brand color will change, the fonts will change, the communication will change. So what actually dictates your marketing? Your branding. That's where the brand marketing challenge will come in January. I'm telling you, it will be a game changer.
Excited for it.
I don't know whether I would want to do it in January. Maybe I'll do it February, but I don't want to cut corners around it. I want to produce high quality products. Are you getting this, what I'm saying?
Yes.
How many of you are learning something here? Golak, are you understanding something? What is opening up for you? Unmute yourself. What are you learning?
The values, different angle of values by which I can connect with my customers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, the artist or the creator. Nilesh, you have a question?
So can you please open 7th slide again? I just missed out on the last 2 points. Core drivers and the greatest fears. Being alone, unwanted, unloved. To be more attractive. Done, sir. Thank you.
How many of you understand कि जो बंदा विक्टोरिया सीक्रेट्स लेगा, जो कस्टमर विक्टोरिया सीक्रेट्स लेगा, वो रिहाना बाय फेंटी नहीं लेगा. जो रिहाना बाय फेंटी लेगी, वो विक्टोरिया सीक्रेट्स नहीं लेंगे. They will not go there. Because these values are different. That is why you should be communicating values in the content that you are putting out. Get into a webinar to select people who qualify with you on your value system and then get them into your funnel. They will become your premium paying clients. Qualify people at a webinar level itself. Don't go there to get sales. Go there to qualify people. Do a webinar to qualify people who will be a good fit in your funnel. And then filter them at L1, filter them at L2, filter them at L3. What is opening up for you?
Now
Don't go
I'm
there.
able,
Just don't go there just to make a sale.
right.
Yeah. What are you learning, Nilesh?
I was saying that, sir, I'm just now getting a lot of answers exactly. जिनको मैं as a role model देखता हूँ in Indian fitness industry, such as Luke Cutino, even though Divekar, even though Fitter Group built by Jitendra Choksi is good friend of mine. Now I'm able to connect with them on what core value, even though those, what are their driving force behind building that brand and what's their exact message and how they
Why they
are
are
built.
successful in marketing. That's why they are successful in marketing, because they know their brand archetype and they also know the customer archetype as well.
Right, right,
And that is what brings in laser focused communication.
right.
The customers of Rihanna will just go to Rihanna. The customers for Victoria's Secrets, they will just go to Victoria's Secrets.
Right.
How many of you understand people who buy luxury cars? Right? People, somebody, if they want to buy Mercedes, they will never buy a BMW. A BMW lover will never buy an Audi. An Audi lover will never buy a Mercedes. Because the value at a brand level are different. And those values by those companies are communicated very strongly. I don't, like personally, I love the brand Mercedes. I don't think I would ever buy Audi. I'll buy Mercedes. Why? It's not that if I have the money for Mercedes, I will also have the money for Audi. But it doesn't speak to me, it doesn't connect with me. That's not me. How many of you have heard of this statement? That's so not me. I can't do this. I don't think I'm meant for this. Personal branding at its core. Value system at the core. I'm telling you, if you can speak to people at their value level now, all of you at one level, whether you have it or not, but you value the value of excellence. That's why you're here. I make it a point that I communicate and express that ongoingly in my communication, and that is what it touches you somewhere. Someday it will touch you.
Agreed.
Keep talking about your values. And when you start talking about your values, your content doesn't matter. Because anyways, we are out there to create a powerful, wonderful experience in a cafe. Next, the artist or creator, another type of branding. Their core value is innovation. What their greatest desire is stability, structure, to realize a vision, create things of enduring value. Core driving factor is to develop an artistic control and a skill and fuel imagination and creativity. They are very, very big on imagination and creativity. Artists. Their greatest fear is to be mediocre and to be inauthentic.
Apple.
Can you think of a brand like that?
Apple.
Say, Kedar, be on mute for a while. Apple. Apple had a previous, when Apple was launched in 1984, it had a different brand tone. How many of you remember the 1984 commercial of Apple, where a woman came running and she threw the hammer and do you recall that ad? No? Really?
Recording stopped.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yes, देखा नहीं है.
Show me.
This is the advertisement of Apple, okay? In 1984, that was there.
Today we celebrate the first glorious anniversary of the Information Purification Directives. We have created for the first time in all history a garden of pure ideology where each worker may bloom, secure from the pests of a contradictory thoughts. Our unification of thoughts is more powerful a weapon than any fleet or army on earth. We are one people. One will, one resolve, one cause. Our enemies shall talk themselves to death, and we will bury them with their own confusion. We shall prevail.
On January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
That was the greatest commercial of all times. It won the Super Bowl award. They disrupted and challenged companies like IBM, Microsoft, and they disrupted the status quo. At that point of time, the Apple chose the brand archetype of outlaw, rebel. How many of you have seen this advertisement by Apple? Like, it's for rebels.
नहीं देखा था अभी तक ये.
ये शायद देखा था, याद नहीं आ रहा है.
And then they this is what I also want you to see, okay? Come on, यार, क्या कर रहे हो यार?
बार्गेनिंग की दुनिया में सब लोग अभी पैदा हुआ है.
Think different, yes.
Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs.
Look at the rebels, misfits, troublemakers. Look at the wording.
Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers.
Who are they calling out? Who are they calling out?
The
customer archetype. They are also calling for their customer archetype is also this. And they want to be one with them.
The round pegs in the square holes. The ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules, and they have no respect for the status quo.
They have no respect for status quo. They have no respect for rules. How? What is the tone? Outlaw.
You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. About the only thing you can't do is ignore them.
You can't ignore them. You can hate them, love them. You can do whatever but you can't ignore them.
Because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius.
They say while people see them as crazy ones, but we see genius in them. Empathy, right there. I hope you're able to see this.
Because the people who are crazy enough, and while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do.
Advertisement. They're clearly calling out their customer and their brand archetype.
Recording in progress.
Can you understand this now? How they are calling out how advertisements are made? In an advertisement, you must call out the customer archetype in full glory. Are you a trainer and a coach who is feeling hesitant to record videos? Who will this connect with? Are you really looking to create powerful, impactful videos? Guess the brand archetype in this statement. Are you giving out communication to your market consistent to your branding? Or are you confusing your market? If you're giving confusing communication to your market, you will never build a brand.
Confusing at this point.
If you're always communicating like that, that's where you will build a brand. How many of you see that आपका content कभी कुछ बात कर रहा है, कभी कुछ बात कर रहा है, कभी कुछ spirit embody कर रहा है, कभी कुछ spirit embody कर रहा है? It is generic. It's never going to build a brand. Even though if it is good, then also it is not going to build a brand.
Wow.
Even if you're sharing the most good stuff, most premium stuff, it will still not build a brand for you. Because the game content का है ही नहीं. गेम तो कंटेंट का है ही नहीं. And you think content is everything. Rohit, are you learning something here? Now do you understand why I do what I do? Why I do? How I do?
We need to select the branding according to our personality, what exactly we are.
Exactly. And also select the kind of personality of your dream customer.
It must be directly, not like we need to first clear our personality and make a note of, and we must project that one and we grab the same.
And every piece of your marketing content ultimately should talk about a certain value of your brand or a certain code of honor about your brand that it embodies. That's when you start to build a brand.
My understanding, Apple is very powerful product, but why they choose specific audience? Because it will applicable for all the people.
There are people who don't like Apple. And there are people who can't afford Apple. They want to buy, but they can't afford. That's when it becomes a premium. That's where they are able to command a premium because they are attracting people who think differently.
They are attracting specific people. That's it.
Yes.
Here, one thing is very much required. That is consciousness. Very deep personal consciousness is very required.
That is why you will be. That's how you will be able to communicate value. Okay, tell me this. I'm going to make a statement. Okay, I love you. Ek statement. I love you. Was it different?
Yes.
Why? Which was better, first or second?
Second one.
Second.
Why? Why?
Emotions and love.
Second statement में क्या था जो कि first statement में नहीं था?
Depth नहीं थी first sentence में. Second में depth थी.
Emotions.
Second में emotion था. पहले में सिर्फ शब्द था.
So if we use this type of thing, we can. It is very easy for us to select the people, and no need to put complete energy.
Absolutely.
So go specific people and take that people, and very easy to scan.
And convey that brand emotion, that value system of your brand to them, and then invite them that if you want this, and if you are this, then this is for you. Then come to me. Then we are a good fit. Qualify people. How many of you, this is the bulb-on thing? That's where you actually go on to building a brand. And very few people talk about it actually.
Actually, the meaning of brand is something concept was there, no? Brand, something, no decoding was that. What is brand?
They are doing it consciously. I'm teaching a framework in video creation in my bronze. Okay. I will stitch it together in my quantum, or at least brand marketing challenge. I will stitch it, and that's where the loop will close.
So we apply this one in our whatever content we are created, exactly whatever customers we need, and we need to understand our own personality, understand our customers, align the same content creation.
Absolutely. And be congruent and stay true to it. And embody that emotion in every single piece of content that you put out. Embody that value in every single piece of content that you put out. That's when you will become a powerful brand. I'm not giving you a recipe for increasing subscribers. I am giving you a recipe to increase super fans. People who will buy your products. There are people who have following and in millions, influencers who are following in millions, but they're broke. They are financially broke. How many of you know some people like that? It's better to have less following and good amount of money in the bank. Any given day, I will take that deal. I don't want 100 million, 1,000 million followers. नहीं चाहिए. क्योंकि मेरे को influencer game खेलना ही नहीं है. Do I want to build my influence? Yes. But that's not the primary focus.
You told, right, create our own pond with our own fishes, not shark centered.
Yeah.
My own fishes. First,
Do I want to increase my pond? Yes. Do I want it to become a lake? Yes. Do I want it to become an ocean? No.
Super clarity. You know what, sir? 2018 में when I learned about the difference in between blue ocean and red ocean, ये blue ocean.
Now you got clarity. What is the here ocean?
Right. This is way ahead than blue ocean and red ocean.
Yeah. You don't need an ocean.
Exactly. Can you please open 8th slide?
Sure. I'm just looking at your faces and looking at how are you absorbing things. Is it landing? Is it registering? Is it making a point? Deepa, is it opening up something for you?
Big bulb on.
Actually, yeah, archetypes is something it's a part of advertising generally used quite often. But definitely it works a lot in this context as to how we develop as a brand. So do I want to be the hero for my customers, or do I want to be in the innocent space, or do I want to be as a caregiver, or do I want to be a mix of hero plus caregiver? That's something I need to work on.
And don't do a lot of mixing.
Just one is like,
If you mix more than two, you will dilute your brand.
Correct.
Two maybe.
Two maybe mat karo. I will say stick to one.
Then recur to 1-to-1.
That's why you should do 1-to-1s.
Yes, 1-to-1 is the only way.
Initially. Deeper insight.
And that is where, now, when they were saying themselves as rebel, they were not artistic brand. And that is why when you want to rebrand yourself, you change your archetype, that's when rebranding is done. How many of you understand that SuccessGyan rebranded himself in the Geo Convention Center Mumbai event? Because they changed their brand archetype. And they now want to reach to mass audience, bigger audience. They change their logo, they change their feel. They have different colors in their logo now. They have a different branding. That's when you're switching this is when you require rebranding. Rebranding in a span of 30, 40 years, you should only do it maybe twice. Sometimes you don't even do it if you select your right brand archetype immediately. Are you getting my point? Now, when they rebranded it, they branded themselves as artists and they want to create products of enduring value. How many of you understand that Apple products are really good high value products?
Yes.
And they are not mediocre products. Their products also embody those values. That's why they are premium. Next, the jester, often known as Joker as well. Their core value is pleasure. Their core desire is to connect with others, live in the moment with full enjoyment. Their core driving factor is to make jokes, have fun, lighten up the world. Greatest fear, being bored or boring. Tell me a brand that embodies this.
Kapil Sharma.
Kapil Sharma.
Yes. Tell me a corporate brand or a MNC that embodies this.
None.
Huh?
None.
No. Hai? There are companies who embody this.
टोपी वाला क्या नाम है उसका?
Old Spice has this. They're always having fun. Their advertisements will always be showing men and women at a beach.
Okay.
Pleasure. Live in the moment kind of ads. They're always having fun. They're lighting up. They're cracking jokes. Poolside images. Then they are afraid of being bored. Number 10, the sage. Their core value is knowledge, highly knowledgeable. Their core desire, they use intelligence to find truth, seek paradise. Core driving factor, self-reflection, better understanding of others and the world is what really drives them. Understanding is very important for them. Greatest fear, being duped, misled, ignorance. Tell me a brand that embodies the tone of a sage.
Osho.
Sadhguru.
Osho was a rebel. Osho was a rebel brand.
Yes, rebel brand. Yes.
Sadhguru is a sage brand. Tell me a corporate company, MNC, that embodies this brand, embodies the spirit of a sage.
Mind Valley.
Very good. Very good. Even Google. That's where branding is different. That's where the feel is different. The emotion is different. And here they will be positioned as wisdom givers.
Wisdom givers. Acha.
Knowledge and wisdom is what they really value. That's why they are known as sage. The magician is 11th one. Very, very powerful. Their core value is power. They want to leave a mark, understand the laws of the universe, make dreams come true. To develop a vision, live by it, and win-win solution for all. That's the spirit that they embody. That's what drives them at the core. Think of a brand like that, which is a brand that makes dream come true. And the greatest fear is unintended negative consequences. Give me a global brand around make dreams come true.
Joe Dispenza,
Tony Robbins. Give me a corporate brand. Dreams come true. Yes, real estate does, some real estate companies do embody, but a global brand that does is
McDonald's. No.
magician.
Hmm.
You love their movies.
Disney.
Absolutely. Disney embodies this tone in their marketing and branding. It's Disney. How many of you can see that Disney is a very clearly different brand than Pampers, than Virgin, than Apple? How many of you can see that's a clearly different brand? Their brand tone is different because their archetype is different. That's how you can stand out at a marketplace. What I'm telling you guys, what you learn, what you now know is highly, highly, highly potent stuff.
100%.
A lot of people just don't know this. And they're out there to build a brand.
Yes.
We wish them good luck. You can be any brand archetype, Rohit. You choose what kind of values matter to you. Because जो रोहित की values होंगी, वही आपकी community की, वही आपके personal brand की भी तो वही values project कर पाओगे ना. और अगर आप value बोल रहे हो कि value मेरा करता है power, और अंदर से आप बोल रहे हो कि I am a lover. Is there a mismatch of values? No, values level पे conflict है. Will you be able to build a brand then? I'm telling you, everyone wants to build a brand in today's world. Specifically personal brands. Personal brands are on the rise. Very few people really know how to build it. Very, very few. And this is the basics of it. And if you don't get this right, do you think you will be able to build a brand? If you don't get these elements right, people are not going to build a brand. They are busy launching their L Force. They don't even understand the basics. You know what I'm talking, right? They're busy. Spend time in learning, guys. And that will give you the edge. Go deep into your craft. Last but not least.
The last slide, please. Last slide, magician wala.
Their greatest fear is negative consequences. They don't want negative. They want to live in a dream world. And they want to live with power. They want to talk about a vision and live by it. The next archetype. Tesla also does it. Tesla is making dreams come true. Going to Mars is a dream. Fully controlled GPS driverless cars is a dream. magician. The ruler, 12th archetype, ruler. They value control. They want to be in control at all times. Tell me a luxury brand that embodies this. Core desire, structure, stability, prosperous, order, successful family. What drives them is they are able to take responsibility, leadership positions. They want to lead. They want to be a brand leader. And they exercise power and control. And their greatest fear is chaos, being overthrown. Tell me a luxury brand who is embodying the role of a ruler. Clearly the leader.
Zara?
Very good. What else?
Not even.
Mercedes.
ऐड ही नहीं देता है लोग.
And still rules. It still rules. There is one more luxury brand. And they lead with a margin, huge margin in the industry. Very premium luxury brand. This one.
Relax.
Rolex. What are you learning? What is opening up for you? Do you want to build a brand?
100% yes.
What
Yes,
kind of a brand do you want to build?
that is okay. But now I think this is easy. After
Really?
this thing, I will. If I follow this, then it will be easy, very easy. Maybe time, but before these
Easy
classes,
easy नहीं बोलते हैं गोलक, simple बोलते हैं.
simple. Sorry, simple.
Easy तो फिर आप कल brand बना लोगे.
No, ऐसा नहीं.
Your
पहले मैंने
struggles are going to start now.
Hmm.
The struggle is going to start now, but in the right direction.
Right. That's the beauty.
अगर बहुत ज्यादा रेजिस्टेंस होता है ना, तो अब उसको समझ में नहीं आता है क्या
Yes.
करेंगे.
अगर
अभी
आपको
रेजिस्टेंस.
शुरू कहाँ करना है? Now, how many of you are doing some marketing already? You're putting out some content already. Check. Is your content consistent with the values of your brand?
No.
कभी भी कुछ भी उठा के डाल दिया.
Yes.
Do you think that will help you build a brand?
No. Never.
कि सिर्फ, that's why I say social media posting is not called marketing.
True.
Posting on social media is not called marketing. How many of you can understand that simple statement? If you ask me, I'm not putting out any content on social media. Why? Because I want to nail down on my branding first. Understand the algorithms of social media platform. Then I will do it. I will do it. Because I'm serious about building a brand. I'm committed to build a powerful brand. How many of you are having some bulb-on moments? Rohit, what is opening up for you, man? Ah, yes. Yes. ब्रिजेश का आर्केटाइप क्या है? ब्रिजेश का कोर वैल्यू क्या है? ब्रिजेश का कोर फियर क्या है? ब्रिजेश का कोर डिजायर क्या है? ब्रिजेश को मोटिवेट क्या करता है एट अ वेरी कोर लेवल? How many of you can see this is where the pizza of marketing comes together? How many of you can see this is where the pizza of marketing comes together? That's why, how many of you believe that you have gotten reasonably good complete piece of marketing. Like SEO, Select and everything, how content pieces will stitch into it.
Yes.
Now you have a full framework of marketing. We started with customer archetype. That was the first concept that we learned. Before that, we just cleared the air. Myths. We created a learning space. And then we created customer archetype. And we went up till branding archetype, covering every single aspect. And that's where the complete pizza comes. Enjoy. I'm seriously telling you,
Recording stopped.
I have attended a lot of marketing programs with a lot of people. किसी एक प्रोग्राम में मेरे को ये complete चीज नहीं मिली. This is where that's why I created this program.
Powerful.
That is why I created this program.
Very powerful.
So that you can get complete sense of what is it this game is all about in one single shot. It took me 7 to 8 years to figure this out. Storytelling. It took me 3 to 4 years to figure out कि storytelling actually में है क्या at the end of the day. I have a small request of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Take few minutes, absorb whatever you have learned, right? And I want you to really take a moment, connect with yourself, right? Review day 1, day 2 for yourself. And whatever you learned, I would be very happy that if you will share an honest feedback about it in the link that I'm about to share with you. Right? Do feel I love for you to leave a heartfelt review. Here. Just giving you the chat box. Whatever you feel, take up for a few minutes to really connect with this. And let me just share that link here. Whenever you are talking about your brand, you will be talking about the brand archetype, these 4 aspects of your brand archetype. Whenever you're talking about your customer, you should be talking about these 4 elements of your customer archetype. Let us say your brand archetype is ruler and your customer archetype is magician. So whenever you are talking about yourself, you should be talking about the values of the ruler. Whenever you are talking to your customers about them, you should be talking about these values, these elements. And these 8, a combination of 8 around a powerful model that I will decode in the brand marketing challenge. That's when you start creating content with that. It will become very, 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 very potent. It will straight away register into the hearts and the minds of your audience. And by the way, you can also check out the video impact challenge that I created in Bronze, because that's where I will stitch every loop there. It's a very powerful framework that I teach in Bronze, a 10-day marketing challenge. I will be launching a conversion campaign around it, and I'll be registering people into that and all that. But for you, it is already available.
What is it exactly? Video marketing challenge?
Video impact challenge in Bronze. Yes. 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 Whenever your customer is talking about you or asking about you, who are you? Your communication will be sourced from your brand archetype. Brand story. That's where your brand story, your mission will come. That's where everyone, and that's the first point of contact with your brand. Yes? That's where you need a brand story right there in the webinar. Now you see the dots connecting. Yeah. And that's what I tell. If you sign up for my one-on-one coaching, I will help you discover your brand story. That's where you need a mentor. Siddharth discovered his mentor story with Blair in MTS. Since I understand these elements, that's what I offer in as consulting in marketing. Otherwise, as coaching is definitely one-to-one. That's where I started my business. That's where I started my funnel, L4. Yeah. All right. How many of you want to create a brand DNA for yourself that's actually beyond compare? Like you really would want to learn the details about it. Brand positioning. सबसे पहले you want to ensure brand positioning at a level of a brand. Now you have to understand. You also learned 3 stories that you ever need in marketing. Yes or no? What is that? Pain, pleasure,
bridge.
pain to marketing is moving people from point
A to B.
A to. Do you see this connecting now? And how they can move from point A to point B? How can they move from being in office to being in Switzerland? How they can move from sitting in your cafe to ordering premium lunches with family? Does it make sense? Yes, no, maybe? Thank you. Brand level. Let me know if you need a break. Otherwise, we can simply go in one shot and complete it by 5, if that's okay with you. Let me know if you need a small break also. So, since this is a small group, I'm not. Just let me know. Okay. Yes, no, maybe. क्या हो गया? अभी? Yeah. Okay, let's do this. It's 3:35. $50 पे मिलते हैं.
Done.
350.
Done.
And in the meanwhile, I want you to keep thinking for these 15 minutes, like what is your brand archetype? And Brijesh का आपके customer avatar का archetype क्या है? Keep thinking. And when you come back from the break, I want you to type that in the chat box. Keep thinking. Come up with the wrong answer, no problem. आनंद का क्या आर्केटाइप है और आपके ब्रांड का क्या आर्केटाइप है?
अभी बोल दो.
And I think if you adopt that tone, especially in the MLM industry, you will make a lot of money.
That is, and I also actually in MLM I gave enter this entry because for unemployment.
And that lot of people, and they are duped by their innocence. You become their everyday man, woman who cares for them. Care can be a signature emotion of your brand.
Yes.
Signature emotion of your brand can be care.
Yes.
But your customer archetype has to be that number one, which is
the every
innocent.
man, woman.
Innocent.
A customer is innocent, and then everyone.
Your brand archetype is everyday man, woman. The IKEA type.
Yes. 1 and 2 side by side.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else needs a little help? All right.
Mine is
Can you tell about mine?
Can you tell about mine?
बहुत पैसे लेता हूँ मैं इसके. All right. Uday, for you, okay? In your case, Uday, what are your core values? Your personal core values as a person? What do you really value?
Really value on caring the people, understanding their own deeper level of. I want to serve them.
What matters to you? Is it service? Is it belonging? Is it knowledge? Is it intimacy?
Service.
What really matters to you as a person? What is your number one value? As
Belonging.
Belonging. That's why I think you should also stick to the everyday man woman as a brand. Okay, and your archetype can be your customer archetype could be lover or even a joker or a jester. When you talk to them from that place, from that connection, from that shift, that's where you will be able to impact them.
My customer archetype, I need to talk to this lover type of customer.
Yeah.
Okay, mine.
Love is a feel. Lover is a feel. Do you believe that people should have love in their relationship as a foundational element?
Yes.
Yes. Genuine, true, real love. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's why your customer archetype can be a lover.
Okay.
You must study the branding of Dior, go to their website, see their logo, see the kind of words, language that they have, understand how they are talking, and understand even Victoria's Secrets as such. How is their branding like? What is their tone? And that's the kind of tone you should start embodying in your communication with your clients.
Okay.
I would say you are definitely, as a brand, I would highly recommend go for the everyday man woman.
Everyday man woman, one archetype?
Which is IKEA ka jaisa brand archetype tha na?
Okay.
Somebody who's grounded, somebody who's who values connection with others, feeling understood, belongingness.
Yes.
That's why your communication, your community ka jo feel hai overall, they should feel like they belong there. A safe place where they can rediscover the love of their relationship.
Okay. Definitely.
Core value belonging and core value service. What is the difference?
It's just a little difference in the hierarchy of it, in the priority of it. Prioritization matters.
Please explain some little bit.
Okay. Different people have different priorities at different times. Yes. Yeah. It is not like you don't value service. Okay, pick one. Okay. Service or belonging, which is more important for you?
For that, I want to know the difference.
Just pick one. Don't apply your brain to it. Listen to your heart here, because emotion is equal to branding. Emotion lies in the heart, not in the mind. What do you value more? अगर आप दोनों में से एक पिक करना हो, belonging या service, आप क्या करोगे? What will you pick? One. Pick one out of it, na?
Actually, definition, core definition I want to know.
बिलोंगिंग
What is-
इसका डिक्शनरी मीनिंग चेक करो ना. डिक्शनरी मीनिंग क्या है बिलोंगिंग का? गो टू गूगल पे टाइप करो व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय बिलोंगिंग. गिव मी द डेफिनेशन, डिक्शनरी डेफिनेशन ऑफ बिलोंगिंग, एंड देन चेक व्हाट इज द डिक्शनरी डेफिनेशन ऑफ सर्विस.
Achha, okay.
Then see what resonates with you first, because
Achha.
you are going to be the face of the brand, na?
Yes. Or one thing, greatest fear to be left out means what they want to say. Greatest fear to be left out means to be left out is the greatest fear in the every man woman. So it is what is the meaning to be left out means?
अभी हमारे पास 5 लोग हैं मार्केटिंग वर्कशॉप में, मेरे को छोड़ के. there are 6 more people here on the call. अगर मैं आपको छोड़ दूं, I take you out of the Zoom room, right? What will you feel?
Achha.
Are you getting my friend? Feeling left out. Like Deepa was not able to join the call for some reason, some technical glitch. What was Deepa feeling in for that couple of minutes? Left out.
Oh. Yes.
आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम कर रहे हो, बॉस आपसे बात ही नहीं कर रहा है. You feel left out. You are there at a party, nobody is talking to you. You feel left out. कोई आपको इंक्लूड ही नहीं कर रहा है डिसीजन मेकिंग में.
Actually, core value and greatest fear. This is just opposite.
Yeah.
Actually, this is just opposite. I understand.
Okay. Rohit, for you, definitely you can choose magician, but your customer archetype has to be an outlaw, not innocent. Just stick to one. पता क्या? Don't mix and match. Mix and match करना शुरू करोगे ना, अर्लियर अभी आपको यही ब्रांड आर्केटाइप्स को एक्सप्रेस करने में पहले चैलेंज आएगा. Are you getting my point? आपको ये चैलेंज आता रहेगा, एंड इफ यू टेक टू एलिमेंट्स, कभी आप उसको प्रोड्यूस करो, कभी आप किसको करोगे, एंड यू विल नॉट गेट इट राइट इनिशियली. दैट्स व्हाई इट इज कॉल्ड अ ब्रांड मार्केटिंग चैलेंज. You will not get it right initially. And there is also a law in marketing. If you confuse, you lose. वो थोड़ा बहुत देखो थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर होता रहेगा, नो वरी. बट मेजरली हमें तो ये देखना है ना भी 80% कंसंट्रेशन किसका है. वो बाय द 80-20 रूल. 80% ऑफ जो आपका कस्टमर है, जो ब्रिजेश है, वो आउटलॉ है. थोड़ा बहुत इनोसेंट भी आएगा. इट डजंट मीन कि आप बाकियों को नहीं इंटरेक्ट करोगे. ये नहीं है कि बाकी ब्रांड आर्किटेक्ट या बाकी वैल्यू सिस्टम के लोग आपके फनल में नहीं आएंगे. इट्स नॉट दैट. 80% of the crowd is that, and that is what is going to come at your premium levels. You will also attract an innocent. You will also attract a caregiver. You will also attract a ruler. आप सबको बुल्ले क्या हो गए. बट आपका आइडियल कैंडिडेट कौन है? ब्रिजेश का वैल्यू सिस्टम को स्पीक आउट कर रहा है ना. यू वांट टू बी कनेक्टिंग विद जस्ट ब्रिजेश. हमें मोहन से कोई मतलब नहीं है. See the people in your community already, na? See the people in your community already. And you can be the magician who will bring order to their finances. You can be that guide for them. And you must embody these brand archetypes from a place of a guide, not from a place of a hero. Otherwise, you will mess up. And you will mess up big time, and then you will not know कि मेरी branding के साथ क्या गलत हो रहा है. मैं मेहनत भी कर रहा हूँ, वेबिनार्स भी कर रहा हूँ, कन्वर्जन्स नहीं आ रहे हैं, ये नहीं हो रहा है. Then all the troubles will keep coming in. How many of you can now understand how the dots connect?
Achha, one question can I ask you? Now your core value is that the every woman, you and man, your value, your archetype.
My archetype?
Yeah.
You tell me.
This is the every
My archetype is not everyday man woman.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
No.
No.
Though I value knowledge, but that's not my archetype.
Magician.
I guess the third one, the hero. The hero. Third one.
Mastery, yeah.
Yeah, and somewhere I also communicate that of a ruler as well. Somewhere, not every time. My archetype, brand archetype as of now is hero, and mostly what do I speak with is people who want to rule, who have who my customer archetype is around rule, who want to like be in control of things. How many of you have a desire to have things in control? How many of you stability is an important factor for you? How many of you are maybe in the struggle phase, and for you, stability is the next thing?
Yes, man.
Yeah, that's where I kick in. But I'm quite experimenting right now. I that's why I'm not putting out much ad. That's why I'm not putting out much content on social media. Now you understand why I'm not putting out. Yes. Yes, right?
Yes.
It's a conscious choice.
What is mine, Harmit?
You tell me.
My brand type is coming as artist. That's what I have seen that. But customer type, I am not very sure.
Your customer archetype is definitely, I believe, sage. People who are knowledgeable and they want to share their knowledge with the world. And you become a component, a deliverer for them. People who value knowledge. You are in the book writing business.
Yes.
Your customer archetype is, I believe, is knowledge. And they value knowledge and they want to share. They want to find the intelligence to seek the truth of it. They don't want to be misguided. And you are talking to them from a perspective of, maybe you can even adopt a artist or even a caregiver as that matter, dear. Caregiver with your personality, I believe, might be a little challenge, Kedar. Your customer archetype, as of now, what I feel is magician. Is sage.
And brand archetype? Artist.
Archetype, what I think of you is, you can, right now, you don't have a very clear archetype as a brand. You can pick any three that I'm suggesting you, whichever. You can even pick the hero, you can pick the explorer, and you can pick the artist. A real good one for you in your case could be if you can become the magician for them.
Okay.
If you become a magician for the knowledge giver, but उसके लिए तुम्हें brand tone अपनी बिल्कुल change करनी पड़ेगी. Yeah. So stick to that artist. Stick to that artist type, Kedar. Because Rohit has also been your client as well. He can well understand what do you embody. Yeah. All right, Nilesh, let us look at
Sage होगा, right?
किसका?
Customer archetype Sage.
किसका?
मेरा customer archetype.
हाँ, Sage. All right, Nilesh.
Yes, sir.
I think you can very powerfully become and adopt the brand archetype as a magician. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, sir, deeply. At this point, I feel that I'm at a level of the caregiver as per my work experience with my one-on-one.
Let caregiver be your customer archetype.
Okay.
As a brand, adopt the tone more like a magician, where you can get them magically fit. That will connect them at a deep aspirational level as well.
Got it.
Yes, Deepa, you've got it right. You've got it right. Yeah, you've got it right. not a magician. Your font will express that. Your colors will express that. And most importantly, your brand story has to bring out that element of like, where did the magic happen? How did that magic happen? Expressed in your story well. That's what is coming up next in brand story. Brand story is where I complete the workshop. Your webinars में आप क्या बेच रहे हो? Brand story ही connect हो रहा है ना?
Yes.
That's where it completely completes the loop. It took me a lot of time to design this workshop. Okay, this is the 6th, 7th iteration of this workshop. For the first 3, 4, for first 1 year, I didn't even talk about branding. I was too like a little scared about talking to branding because I don't know how it will land. I experimented, explored, made it better every single time.
It lands very well.
All right, let's move forward. Now, how many of you can understand that there are multiple levels in this scale of marketing and branding? There are levels at a customer level. There are things at a product level. There are things at a brand level. Do you understand all these layers now?
Yeah, personal, product and customer.
And हम चीज बस्ट कहां पे करेंगे इस पिज्जा में? चीज बस्ट होगा जो आपका सिग्नेचर इमोशन है आपके ब्रांड का. Like for Shah Rukh Khan, it is romance. For Kapil, it is humor. रोहित के लिए क्या है आपका सिग्नेचर इमोशन? And signature emotion need not come from your brand archetype. It can be your core emotion that you experience, that you want your people to experience. But if you can keep in track around your brand archetype, it will work better. But you don't have to be limited to brand archetype for core emotion, signature emotion. So that when people see Rohit, उनके मुंह से वही चीज निकले. ठंडा मतलब
Coca-Cola.
रोहित मतलब
Gupta.
Let's see.
Are you getting what I'm saying? Are you getting what I'm saying? Core emotion अपना identify करो. मेरे लिए core emotion is my connection with my audience. Like that's the core emotion. Anyone who talks to me any single time, every time, they feel connected with me. Unless I don't want to feel connected with them, I want to repel them for whatever reason, then they will not experience connection. Otherwise, and every single person who speaks with me, they experience connection.
Sometimes people will tell our qualities also.
What are the top 3 qualities people tell about there? What are the top 3 qualities, Rohit, people talk about you? Your friend, your family talks about you.
Very cool.
What is the number one thing, Golok, your friends talk about you?
He's a problem solver.
Your colleagues, your school friends, your family, your relatives.
Yes. They said I am very knowledgeable, I am a cool person and down to earth, this type of.
That's what makes you an everyday man, woman. IKEA. Humble, grounded. Nilesh, what do people say about you?
Written is here. So many people say written about me.
Focused and discipline. Focused and discipline.
Okay. What's the core emotion of your brand that you want people to feel when they are around you? It's naturally people feel. You don't have to do it. People feel naturally like that with you.
People, they feel that they have a good connection with me and they stay with me for a longer period of time.
What do people feel about you? Like I was telling, let me share a small element. I was there at a gym. I was working out. I had a trainer. There were other people practicing in the gym. They came to my trainer and asked him, is he in police or in army? I can't tell you how many times people have asked me which battalion do you belong to? During my travels, a lot of people come up to me. Sir, you are in army? Are you in police? I don't know how I do it, but I had been getting this since my 11th, 12th standards. People do ask me.
People feel
Exactly. Exactly. That's why I say, how do you carry yourself? What's the single thing people feel about you? Common compliment. If 10 friends compliment you, what's the most common compliment there? What's the common thing in all those 10 compliments?
That is very original, right? It is not like we do, but it is very original from our.
I'm telling you, sometimes people will take few minutes to come up to me and talk. Sometimes not everyone will come and talk to me. There are certain quantum members who have told me this, okay? हरमीत तुमसे डर लगता है यार. मैं यार I don't do that. अब मैंने तो कभी डराया नहीं किसी को. Are you getting my point?
It is a pleasant, but it is like power.
I command that thing. So what do you, now you have to look at the 10 compliments and the common denominator in all those 10 compliments. Specifically the emotion. That's what your signature emotion is. Think deeper, Rohit. I think there is way more to it. What you are identifying is just surface level. There is your core emotion is very deep, way deep.
You're a problem solver. He's a problem solver.
What do you think was the number one problem your friends come to you for? What do they discuss with you? What are the topics they talk about with you? What does your family depend upon for you? What did your friends, your school teachers, your parents would say about you? Okay, let us say 5 people have met you. 5 people met you and you were there in the meeting and you left. Out of that, 2 people were really new. And they asked, who is this person? What do you think the other 3 are telling about you? That's your branding. In today, day 1, day 3, first thing that I told you, branding is why you are trustworthy, what people are saying about you. Okay, when you meet Suren, what do you feel? When you meet Siddharth, what do you feel? What's the signature emotion you feel? When you meet Kapil Sharma, how will you feel? When you meet Modi, how will you feel? When you meet Rahul Gandhi, how will you feel? And what will you tell other people about Rahul Gandhi? What will you tell other people about Modi? What will you tell other people about Kapil? That is their branding, the core emotion. Guys, if there is one thing that I really want you to go back with from this workshop, is you please identify the signature emotion of your brand. And that feel, that emotion must be packaged with the core values of your brand archetype and then communicated to your archetype in a most genuine way. That is what will help you build a super brand. More on that in the content marketing challenge over a model that I will tell you how to package it completely and then deliver. How many of you are now excited for the brand marketing challenge? I'm working towards it. It's a lot of time. And I don't want to come up with a lousy product. So I will take my own time to. Earlier, my time was maybe December or January. Maybe by last week of January, I will do something about it.
अच्छा हरमीत, 2 चीज बोल रहा है हम. ये लिखा था 13 आदमी, तो उसी से तो वही निकाल के आ रहा है. दिस टाइप बना के रखा है. उसमें एक था कि गुड थिंकर, करेजियस, लेबोरियस, दिस टाइप 2-3 आदमी लिखा था, हिंदी, इंग्लिश, बंगाली में। और एक चीज आपको हम बताते हैं कि हमको ना छोटा जो है एकदम चाइल्ड जो है, कोई भी चाइल्ड किसी को पास अगर नहीं जाता है तो मेरा पास आता है, गोद में आ जाता है। ये हम बहुत सारा देखे हैं, पता नहीं क्यों। और दूसरा है, कोई भी एजेड पर्सन है ना, उसका जितना दुख है ये है हमका पास बोलने लगता है, कॉन्टिन्यूस बोलने लगता है। उसका सब मैंने बहुत सारा ऐसा, बहुत मैंने above 60, 55, 60, they are very much closer to me and I also respect them very. These two quality inborn, this is now happening. I don't know why.
I think what I am getting from you, the core emotion of your brand is love.
Always, and this is also increased, and all the people here I am now seeing, I am now too much excited to meet them with Ignite.
Yeah. I think your core emotion is pure raw love, raw. It's not polished.
Actually, I
Original.
hate everybody. For that,
I think
something may happen.
your the main emotion, Golak, for your signature emotion that I feel is love and care and even respect for your brand. That can be the key signature emotion. Love at a certain level will become love. Love at a certain level will become respect. Love at a certain level will also become care. Love will manifest itself in various forms. So I think your core emotion of your brand around stuff that I feel for you. I don't know how right I am. I might be wrong. Ho sakta hai, don't take my word for final. But I think it is love, respect, and care. In that zone, that's the genre for you.
Okay. Last one thing. 3 days I wear 3 shirts. 3 T-shirts. First day was normal general color. Yesterday was white color. Today is red.
Yeah.
Which is now resonate with me?
I think white is what I would want to suggest to you.
Yes. Okay. White is actually both favorite hai, because my car is white, everything I like white.
Yeah.
For that car I wait for 1 year. Without white I do not take, and that is. But my according to my Rashi say that it is my color. For that
I don't know about Rashi, but I think what you execute in white is really good.
I will discuss with details in brand color. I already choose. I will discuss it.
वो बात कर लेंगे. I think you have one session with me, तो उसमें बात कर लेंगे. All right. Anything else, Rohit? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, any person, we can able to sense that feel.
Yeah.
That actual sense of that feel, whatever the core value of that person, we can able to feel. That is the branding of that person.
Yes.
If we evaluate that core value, and we can make our people from that core value itself, if we take that core value people which is resonate with us, so that we can able to build our own brand.
Yeah.
In ads, I can see it is sometimes this guy is not resonate with me, even though I need that information. But this guy is not resonate, so I don't go to this guy. This guy is resonate, I will go to this guy. Like that, our first sense will come in the picture.
I don't want to get into a conversation of morality, good, bad, right, wrong. My question is, what does your brand guideline say? How do you want to build your brand? मैं तो इसका जवाब यही दूंगा. How do you want to build your brand? And that's why this is a very fundamental question that I ask. And sometimes you would have seen me asking this question, even in high calls, even at other places. What kind of a brand would you like to build? This is the space I'm coming from when I'm asking this question. What kind of a brand would you want? And how would you want to build it? Yes.
But getting those people is taking time. It will take time. Getting our own people sometimes.
Who told you brand was built in a day? Who told you brand is built in a day? No brand is built in a day. Do you think Apple became Apple in one day? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
He waited for those. He made 365 days live, and he done lot of work in the background for 3-4 years.
Absolutely. Why do you think I said yes to Sagar and not to anybody else in quantum? There are a lot of people making ton more money than Sagar. Because somewhere I resonate with his value system. You will experience a different flavor in Ignite. I promise you this. Very powerful flavor in Ignite. All right, let's move forward to the brand elements and the brand story. And that's when we complete. Brand positioning is at a brand level. Brand archetype is at a brand level. Then USP is always at a product level. Different products will have different USP. My L2 ka product, L2 is a layer of products which has a different USP. L1 ka USP is different. L3 products ka layer is very different. L2, did I tell you the essential step to branding is how I have positioned them? Yes, that's the USP there. USP is always at a product level. Brand journey is equal to the mission statement. This is a very, very powerful connection that you have to understand with a mission and a brand. Why does a brand exist? Brand exists to be on a certain mission and sharing a certain vision with the world. कस्टमर लेवल पे क्या एग्जिस्ट करता है? कस्टमर लेवल पे आपका ब्रांड प्रॉमिस एग्जिस्ट करता है. You have to understand the various layers of existence and how it exists for the customer. Now, brand level पे, please figure this out for yourself. And जो भी मैंने आपको बताया, write that up in a copy. Brand is dash archetype. Our core values are whatever your core values are, 1, 2, 3, right? Above all else. And we stand against what problem? What's the problem that you are shifting? What's the problem that you are challenging? What is the enemy that you are fighting? And are seeking to create this change, and this change. And that will go at a level of a brand. And I will tell you how these elements will connect with your brand story. Customer level. Meet Anand, customer persona. Meet Brijesh, who is the archetype, this archetype. He or she values core customer values above all else. They are experiencing this problem or this challenge and are looking for a unique brand solution to help them achieve this benefit. And once you position your customer like that, once you position your communication like that, that becomes extremely, extremely, extremely potent. I'll take you through this once again. Brand level pe, it is brand. This is a brand who is this archetype and we value. Write this down in your copies. Write this down in your notebooks. Whatever I've told you, whatever is your brand archetype. I am the everyday man, woman. I am the magician. I am that. I am that. Brand Uday, brand Rohit is this archetype. We value this above all. Whatever your 3 core values that you want to embody. And also make a note of the core emotion, the signature emotion of your brand. We stand against this problem, and this problem, and are seeking to create this change, this change, this change. This is at a level of a brand. Done? Please type done in the chat box if you have done this. Problem क्या fight कर रहे हो? Enemy, villain कौन है? We stand against people being powerless about their financial situation. Are you getting this, Rohit? And are seeking to create financial abundance for their families, and are seeking to create intimacy in their relationships, and are seeking to create a huge confidence shift in their writing, and are seeking to create a huge, consistent source of income in their marketing. And we stand against sedentary lifestyles. And we are seeking to create an active lifestyle of fitness for the people, for the masses. And create a sustainable, holistic fitness lifestyle. A lifestyle of fitness. And this you can use elements in your brand story, in your brand promise, and your brand communication. This can become a journal level guideline.
Right.
At a customer level, meet Anand, meet Brijesh. This is for you. You're not going to put this out. You're going to use this for yourself. Meet Anand, meet Brijesh, meet Krishna, meet Sandhya, meet Pihu. Who is this archetype? They value, he or she values. What are the core customer values that they value? Archetype के values को डालो यहाँ पे. They are experiencing this challenge, and this challenge, and are looking for a unique brand solution to help them achieve this benefit. Benefit क्या चाहिए? Why are they buying the mattress? To get a good night's sleep. Why are they buying your coaching program? For a one-on-one unique custom solution. Are you getting what I'm saying? Look at this, the way it is presented, this information is presented. What is the benefit they're looking at? For helping them bring and achieve an order into their financial world, taking in charge, being in control of their finances at all times so that they can live powerfully.
Can you tell about relationship once? Example, this one.
What is the persona name?
Karthik and Sandhya.
The lover for customer.
Oh, persona का नाम पूछ रहा हूँ.
Karthik.
Karthik and Sandhya.
हाँ, meet Karthik and Sandhya. लिखो वहां पे.
Okay.
Meet Karthik and Sandhya, who are this archetype. What is their archetype? Lover archetype.
Yes.
They value, what do they value above all? Connection, intimacy, above all.
Okay.
They are experiencing misunderstandings. They are experiencing trust issues. They are experiencing clash of priorities. Ideologies are clashing and are looking for a unique brand solution to help them achieve and rediscover the power of love and intimacy in their lives.
Okay.
Are you getting this?
Okay.
Absolutely. Why do you think I'm giving you this in the last piece? These are your brand guidelines. These will become the how your branding will be sourced from here.
Directly we selected and we put here. That's it.
Yeah.
What will be for me?
And this is how you have a brand promise. We offer, we build, we create this product or service to help this audience, to help Karthik and Sandhya, to help Brijesh, to help Anand overcome the aggravating challenge of lifestyle issues, of financial challenges, of distrust, and achieve this big, scary dream or this vision, which is to have and be connected at all times, to have meaningful relationships, sparkling with and kindled with love and care and mutual respect for each other. That can be your brand promise. What's your brand promise? And the essence, the element of this, what you should be communicating in your brand marketing challenge or even in your content marketing. This is where your stuff will come from. And how many of you can see, Rohit, now can you see that how this is linked with your sales charter? How this is linked with your sales charter? Do you think you will struggle after this? You are very clear who is your customer archetype, how do you want to be talking to them? And once they say you that you're delivering value, will it be easy for you to select them up the ladder? This is where the conversion struggles actually go away. The ultimate solution to make your conversion struggles go away is branding. We offer this. What do you offer? To help this audience overcome this challenge and achieve big, scary outcome, dream, vision. And that will become your core promise. And this is where your copy will also be influenced from. Mission statement. This I already clarified. Mission is a term that's borrowed from military. It's about war. What is the enemy or the villain that you're fighting? Simple. Mission statement. Remember, the brand is on a mission. कौन है mission पे? The brand. Who is the brand in your case? Your company or your personal brand?
Personal brand.
That is where your brand story will kick in. Either a company story will kick in, a mission, a corporate company story will kick in, why this company is doing, or your story will kick in. But you shared this? Okay.
Thank you, Rohit.
Understand their journey. Understand what is the challenge that they face at L1, L2, L3. Help them. And really see what is the challenge Gabbar is throwing them in L1, L2, L3 पे कैसे तंग कर रहा है गब्बर उनको. A big problem, point A, big scary vision that they're after. Point A, point B. Marketing is all about shifting people from point A to point B. Bridge. The bridge between point A and point B is your mission statement. This is where you are. This is where the enemy is. Let us go and kill this enemy. It becomes a mission statement. Is a term borrowed from war. Mission means war. Simple. And that is why if you want to be a mission-driven business, if you want to be a powerful business, become a mission-driven business. Be at war with someone. And when you are at war with someone, don't shy away from fighting. Polarize people. Do not shy away from fighting. खुल के बोलो गब्बर मेरा दुश्मन है. Arey, don't talk. I don't want to talk about my villain. I don't want to be talking about Gabbar. Guess what? You will never be in business after that. There will be an audience who will resonate with Gabbar. They will want Gabbar to prevail. But that's the very people you are fighting, no? Are you getting my point? That's where you should, in a mission statement, it has to be very, very important. Who is the enemy that you are fighting? Mission statement. We are on a mission to change this problem, this status, this challenge, and achieve this vision. Live in a Gabbar-free world by taking this action, and this action. By creating more digital teachers, leaders, and facilitators who will change the education system. And we will have a new education system. This education system is broken. Can you see the power of a mission statement now? आपके पास गाइस अगर सिर्फ टेम्पलेट है ना, वो सिर्फ एक टेम्पलेट है. टेम्पलेट होने का मतलब ये नहीं कि आप मिशन पे हो. When you are really on a mission, it means you're fighting a war. Now the only question is, are you fighting a war? Really fighting a war? How do people fight a war? Oh, let's fight some war. लड़ो लड़ाई, लड़ो. I'm there with you.
You have given my mission statement as simplifying book writing.
करो मैं आपके साथ हूं.
So that's what I understand now, because why it is so simply you have done simplifying book writing.
Are you getting my sim?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm there with you. You fight the war. I'm there with you. What's the difference?
Inspiring. Somebody is there. Big brother is there.
You see there as a support structure. Who do you want to be at war with? फिर तुम्हें उसकी तरफ से हो गया ना? लड़ो तुम लड़ो. I support you. I'm with you. How many of you have noticed this vocabulary with Siddharth? Type with you in the chat box. How many of you have noticed this vocabulary with Siddharth right now?
WU.
WU. He makes you type WU in the chat box now. Guess what?
हम लड़ रहे हैं मेरा साथ है तुम.
In his mind, he's building an army of teachers who will fight that education system, that broken system of education. That is why WU is there. Now, can you understand how deep things can be?
Right.
WU, I didn't got it.
Good night. Sweet dreams.
With you.
With you.
With you.
Okay, this broken system is there, so I am with you. Don't worry, I will make
No.
it.
मैंने क्या बोला तुमने सुना ही नहीं. You were sleeping. That's why I said good night. And it will be hard for me to recreate after that now. What I said was, when Siddharth makes you type WU in the chat box, he wants to check, are you with him? When I say I am with you, I am with you. That means the army is together fighting a mission.
Yes.
I am with you, Uday. तुम लड़ो, मैं तुम्हारे साथ है. हम घूमने चले?
Time to buy the car.
हाँ. We'll go. अब चल दे, पुत्र को बन चल दे. ठीक है? हाँ. यही. Don't you think most of the coaches are doing this? How do you think they will? Do you think they will really build a powerful brand in essence? I am with you. I want to realize this vision of broken education system. I want to fix this. I want to kill this enemy. I am with you. Type WU in the chat box. And that's where he's connecting you with his mission. 15 minutes. Are you getting what I'm saying? Are you getting what I'm saying? He is connecting you with his mission. And once people are connected with mission, conversions, blast, explosion. What are you learning? What is it opening up for you? Oh, by the way, we are not even recording this. Yeah, we should.
Recording in progress.
What did you just learn? I just skipped recording the last bit. Sorry. Anyways, what did you just learn? What opened up for you?
Make people in our mission.
That's where you need a
brand
cry, brand story, which connects the people to your brand. Now, do you understand how potent of a stuff do I deliver to you when I give you a brand story?
Now, whatever content we create, we feel that one and we create whatever we do.
Thank you for saying that.
Exactly. I feel that वो awareness अभी बात करते वक्त और improvise हुआ है.
Yeah, that's the point I want to deepen.
Now I feel the position, what exactly, in which position, which people, and what myself actually, and how to connect my people, make brand cry, whatever you told, and it is aligning now everything.
Yes. And this becomes your mission. How many of you want to build, how many of you want to learn a secret where you want to build a brand beyond compare, like really powerful brand?
Yes.
How many of you want to know what is the ultimate tweak that you need to, ultimate tweak भी नहीं बोलूंगा, like ultimate alignment that you need to have? It is this. The secret to building a brand beyond compare is this. When you compare, when your brand's promise and your brand's mission align in truest of the essence, that is where it becomes a brand beyond compare. Are you getting it? Lot of people promise something, they don't deliver. Lot of people, they are on a mission, they don't deliver. And when the alignment at a promise level and a mission level is the same, that's where you actually become a super brand. This is the recipe. We are on a mission to change the broken education system and achieve that people live in people live in a golden age by building new breed of digital teachers, leaders, and facilitators. Do you know what is the mission statement of BST, Blair Singer Training Academy?
No.
We are on a mission to produce world-class teachers, leaders, facilitators on this planet who will change the way we learn in marketplace.
Wow.
When Blair said this in a video, right, it landed here for me. I got sold out under that brand because that is a brand, that's a super brand, I'm telling you, because that is a brand whose promise and mission is one. He delivers on his brand promise and he delivers, he's really on a mission to accomplish this. That is why he's true to the game that he's playing. And that is why he's able to command whatever he's able to command. How many of you can see a super fan here for Brand Blair? How many of you would want to build such super fans for yourself? Create an alignment between your brand promise and your brand mission. Become one with it.
Wow.
ब्रांडिंग का मतलब ये नहीं कि YouTube पे 1000 वीडियोस पड़े हैं. ब्रांडिंग का मतलब ये नहीं कि आप 4 अच्छे इंटरनेशनल लेवल के पॉडकास्ट पे बैठे हो. Branding is what is the change that you're bringing in on the ground. And over a period of time, if you keep continuing it, it will compound you to a level where you have no choice in the matter, but you will become a super brand. Sure. Yeah. Rohit, as long as you really mean every single word of it, wording doesn't matter. As you mean, do you even mean that? Or are they just words? If you mean that, then words will come. How many of you have fought with a loved one of yours? Oh, you don't mean that. Come on, be honest.
Oh, yeah.
You don't mean that. And that is where trust kicks in. Trust issues. How many of you have had trust issues in your life with someone? Very proud. Be proud of yourself. All of us have. Do you want to be a brand that's trustworthy?
Yes, trustworthy.
What kind of a trust do you want to have from your customers? Level 10 or level 1? Or 0?
Level 10.
You can have a brand who is at 10, but trust can be 0. Can you understand that? And if you multiply anything with 0, what will happen?
0.
It's just a matter of time.
So one thing, trust building, there is authenticity, vulnerability, and everything. But something else that big is responsibility.
Yes, that's why building a brand is a big responsibility. You will see a lot of tiny number jumbo brands, kiddo brands. I will call them kiddo brands. You become the papa of them.
Mother and papa both.
Recently, I saw an advertisement at an airport, and I loved that advertisement. Ranbir Kapoor was endorsing it, and it said "Premium ka papa." Premium ka papa. Bath fittings. Bath fittings ka if I'm not, if I'm able to recall it correctly, maybe I don't know the product, but I like the tagline. Premium ka papa.
Super premium.
That's what I read. That's what it actually means, no? Are you getting what I'm saying? Yes? All right. We are on to the last leg of our marketing workshop. This is where it completes with brand story. Really, this is the most advanced hack of storytelling that I have learned so far. There may be more, I don't know. But if there are more, I will find out and will bring them to my marketing workshops. Okay. But at the same time, this is the final leg of the let's finish strong. Okay. Let's be intentional and finish strong. The secret to building a brand, really a brand that's beyond comparison. The secret sauce is when you align a brand promise and a brand mission and you become one with it, infused with it. What are you learning? Keep sharing your learnings. Keep getting those insights. How many of you want to learn a highly potent framework of telling powerful stories, brand stories? Advanced storytelling secrets. Okay. How many of you understand that if you have read Shakespeare, it was always like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. 3-act structure. This is 3-act structure of story writing in movies. Actually, screenwriting is a concept borrowed from movies. That's why I say if you want to learn marketing, watch movies. Storytelling at its best, Hevo. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Act 1 is always the beginning. Beginning में आप कोई भी मूवी ले लो, कोई भी अच्छी मूवी जो अच्छा बिजनेस किया किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में, तेलुगु है, तमिल है, स्पेनिश है, पोर्चुगीज है, डच है, इंग्लिश है, पंजाबी है, फ्रेंच, कोई भी है, अगर वो 90 मिनट्स का मूवी का स्लॉट लेके चलते हैं, अगर वो 90 मिनट्स है, आपको ये चारों एलिमेंट इंट्रोड्यूस करने हैं: हीरो, विलन, विक्टिम, गाइड. Same for your webinars. In the first 30 minutes in a 90-minute movie, nail all these 4 characters. That's when you are really inviting them into a story. Yes, Rohit. Right? A story has a beginning, and in the beginning, all 4 characters are introduced. Usually, the first character that is always introduced in a story is the villain. How many of you have seen some stories? They will always start with a bomb, a villain burning a village. Izzat Sholay.
Sholay.
First scene is almost like a villain opening, car chasing, a helicopter crashing. That's usually the first. That's where the villain is being introduced in story. He might get introduced in the last leg also, but उसका mention पहले आ जाता है. Don't even talk about that evil. He is the master evil of all. उसका लास्ट में आता है, वो अपीयरेंस उसकी लास्ट में होती है, मेंशन पहले हो जाता है. He is the super villain. He is the super monstrous.
All movies are, yeah.
You don't know how powerful and how damaging it is. हम सब उसके लिए काम करते हैं. How many of you know? This is how characters are actually introduced in all the 4 are introduced in storytelling. That's Act 1. Act 2 is where the struggles, the fights, and to pull off the Act 2, normally romantic masala is also thrown in movies. A love interest is usually introduced, and there is always a tussle between a mentor and a hero at this point of time, where the hero rediscovers something. And how many of you have seen that movie by that Drishyam actor, who is that? Ajay Devgan, Vijay Path, and where Krishna Kapoor is like, वो एक फाइटर होता है जिसको आंखों में कुछ डाल देता है, they become blind for a moment, and that's how the enemy was winning the fight. And they said कि घुंघरू की आवाज सुन.
घुंघरू की आवाज, yes.
That was where that element was seeded in his training, because that was the winning moment in the end fight. That's a connection. How many of you can see such type of connection in movies, where a hero discovers his superpower in the end to kill the final blow of the villain? That's where the climax is reached. It's a storytelling framework. My mentor would always say, believe in yourself, believe in yourself. And finally, it took me 3 years to understand this. And when I finally believed in myself, change happened. Story. Rohit, you're learning something? Yeah? This is the tussle, the frustration going on in the middle. And end is where the villain gets overthrown. The hero returns victorious. Simple as story must stop. This, I'm giving you events in every structure. They must happen in that particular order for the story to be compelling and still making sense. उसी order में होने चाहिए ये. I'm going to give you the order now. Act 1 में who, what, when, where. Hero, what's the problem hero is facing, and how can he solve a problem? There is a time bomb that you have to tick और वो बस के नीचे लगा हुआ है, हमें बस नहीं पता कहां पे है, और you have to defuse the bomb in the next 60 minutes, and otherwise the entire bus will collapse. And the entire plot is all about diffusing that bomb. 1 घंटा आपको उसी स्टोरी में हुक करके रखेंगे. How many of you know what I'm talking? This is how they do it. They have answered all these 4 questions in Act 1. अब कोई भी मूवी ले लो, कोई भी मूवी ले लो. These are laws of storytelling. Act 2 is the Act 2 of confrontation. Hero throws obstacles at hero. Life throws challenges. Action rises. Hero is tested. Hero hits a rock bottom, darkest times. He takes a decision. Moment of decision क्या है? How many of you have worked with me and I've took, okay, so what did you decide? I would ask you this question. What did you decide? फिर क्या हुआ? फिर क्या हुआ? Okay, what happened next? What I'm taking you to that decision moment in that one-to-one session. Rohit, did you notice that? That all, फिर क्या हुआ? फिर तुमने क्या सोचा? What happened next? What happened next? What happened? I'm drawing those elements out because I will be bringing in those elements together to give you the final product. And that's where it will have potency, because you have lived that story. That's where the potency is. Hero takes a decision, final decision to kill the villain. And this is where he also discovers his superpowers as well. उसको बताया जाता है, but he doesn't discover. उसको बता देते हैं कि ये तुम्हारा सुपर पावर है, बट वो सुपर पावर को एक्सपीरियंस करता है क्लाइमैक्स में जाके. How many of you know what I'm talking now? And this is where the story loops close. Finally, the problem is resolved. All open loops are closed. All open loops are closed. This completes the journey of transformation for the hero. And finally, how many of you have seen numbering chali jati hai? Villain is killed. And there is an opening for opening the door to sequel. Villain maar diya. And finally, the hero is celebrating everyone. Villain mara pada hai farish pe. And finally, what happens is, for the next door to open, he just opens his eyes. And then, next part aayega, villain mara nahi abhi. How many of you know some movies like that?
All horror movies are quite few of them.
Even horror thriller movies are like that. Sequels are like that. Lord Voldemort is gone. And that, अच्छा, sequel prequel बनाना सबसे मुश्किल काम है. सबसे मुश्किल काम. आप prequel बनाओ, sequel बनाओ, 2 sequel बनाओगे, उनमें से एक चलेगा, एक दूसरा नहीं चलेगा, and दूसरा पिट जाएगा, एक पिट जाएगा, most likely. J.K. Rowling is a genius who took the plot 7 times. 7, and still people are asking for more. She was able to design prequel, like sequel after 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 sequel. She's a genius of the craft. And the way she opens loops and closes loops is absolutely masterful. That's why she is so sought after and so damn rich. Some of the biggest brands want to work with J.K. Rowling.
There's a separate Quidditch games industry.
How rich is her thinking? She could think of such creative acts. Brilliant. Huh. 10 to
200.
publish, more than 200 publishers.
200, Rohit.
Imagine the level of tenacity that she had to persist. She was completely cut off from this world, and she said, I'm writing. This is my official Twitter account. And she never wrote for years. She locked herself in a hotel room, and that's where she wrote Harry Potter.
Yeah, every time she lock in separate place and she sit in the hotel, he told in
she would think for hours and hours and hours and hours to build that plot. How rich imagination it is. I can't even tell you. आजकल जो mostly screenwriting होती है या it's mostly copy. In India में most of the people copy Hollywood movies and all that. ऐसा भी होता. And prequel बनाना, sequel बनाना सबसे मुश्किल काम है. आप loop open ही नहीं कर पाते हो because the audience already knows कि क्या होगा. She has done it for 7 times, guys. 7. Incredible feat. लोगों से एक बार नहीं होता है. With the same characters, she did it for 7 times. That's why she's a genius.
Even in South India movies, what do? Is they take a copywriter or a screenwriter and they lock them up in a hotel for 3 days, 30 days. They don't let them go till they finish the script.
And that's why I say, please watch movies. Good movies. You will learn more about, you will subconsciously learn more about marketing than anything else on the planet.
Now the doors open up. We move. We watch in your this way.
You look at all these 4 characters in every movie. Look at Star Wars. Star Wars के भी 3-4 part है. Look at how Yoda meets Luke Skywalker. Yoda becomes the mentor. What is opening up? What are you learning?
To watch movies.
जैसे भी टिकट्स बुक करें शाम को going to watch.
Yeah. Whenever I go in for watching a movie,
yes, angle change हो गया.
I'm a student of marketing. I'm also enjoying as a person, but I'm mostly watching study movie. There were times like
Recording stopped.
there were times when I went to a theater. I exactly knew कि अभी इसने राइटर ने ये लूप ओपन किया है, ऐसे किया है, यहाँ पे ये क्लोज हो गया, ये क्लोज हो गया, ये क्लोज हो गया, अभी यही एक रूप है, यहाँ पे क्लोज होगा, वो ऐसे क्लोज होगा. I am exactly able to predict step by step, even for a thriller movie. When it's hard to understand कि ये कड़ी कहाँ पे जुड़ेगी. Because I understand the framework of storytelling. I understand screenwriting. I'm a complete movie buff. Complete. अगर मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, बुक्स नहीं पढ़ रहा हूं, I'm just watching movies.
Until now, we feel if we watch the movies, we wasted some time, and why like that? Why our perception is my perception, especially.
Same here.
And if you watch any movie or anything, why we are wasting? We need to be in our own craft. Like that, we feel. I feel some guilt while watching movies.
There are some very good relationship.
There are times when I would have even watched 5, 6, 7 movies in a day, back to back, back to back, back to back, back to back.
हाँ, same here. Satte pe satta, I must have watched 5 times. No, even from bad movies, you get a lot of learnings.
No, we subconsciously Get where we open.
Why wastage your time?
Block your views around movies. I'm telling you, you have blocked your views around marketing and stories, and forget about building a brand if you don't want to movies.
And there's a lot of learning in stories because I'm struggling now. Parents don't want their children exposed to movies, but there is a lot of learning in the movies. Parents say, no, no.
In fact, my daughter loves watching movies with me.
Movies are important for children. All the cartoons.
All Disney movies we have watched together.
One of the parents called me and scolded me. He said, "हमारे tradition में ऐसे pictures बच्चे देखते नहीं है. आप
There are some pictures children should not see.
But Frozen and Bugs Life and
A-rated stuff don't. But this Harry Potter and all that, this interests imagination. My daughter exactly knows all characters in Hollywood movies, like in Harry Potter movies, Lord of the Rings. She knows every single character. Sometimes I don't recall like second, third degree characters. I don't care. She understands. Papa, ये Hagrid, ये वहाँ थे ना, ये उधर था, ऐसे था. They're involved. I enjoy. If you really want your children to be intelligent, tell them stories. Engage their minds in stories.
In fact, I had this brilliant idea where I always believe children should be exposed to movies because in school we used to have Ben-Hur and Rocky and extremely good movies, but children don't see Ben-Hur and anything more. So I went to the school principal and I told her that, is it okay if I bring movies to school? She said, no, bache don't have time, they're studying, come only on November 14 Children's Day, one day I can give you. But the same day, if all schools give me the same day, I can't give movies.
Even some top-notch educators are idiots.
Movies are a must. There are some brilliant.
They just want academics. They don't want the child's brain to imagine and flourish stuff. They don't want people to watch movies. Idiots.
They cut everything and they make you like a chicken.
Anyways, let's continue towards the final. I have my wife waiting for.
Oh, I have to buy the car.
Okay.
Child's car.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
So last slide, please. Act 3 wala.
Act 3. This is where you open a door for a sequel. This is where when the hero thinks that he has killed the villain, but villain still remains. How many of you can get some idea for your subscriptions? How many of you can get some idea for your subscription model?
बोले तो आपसे.
How many of you can find some angles for upselling people? I shouldn't be talking about it because I will be also using this. No, for anything and everything, Rohit. But there is always a layer that needs to be next level page exploration of that. And this is a powerful story, actually pulls the audience forward. Outline of a story. Phase 1, always talk about a challenge. Phase 2, talk about a discovery. And phase 3 is where you're building that empire. Challenge, discovery, empire.
The previous slide, at the last point, you have told something. Yes, a powerful story.
Pulls forward. Outline of the story. Challenge, discovery, empire. These are the 3 phases your story must go through. Challenge. What was the defining moment that changed everything and led you to where you are now? This is where the event was triggered. And these are the 6 questions and the 3 aspects. These are the 3 aspects, and every aspect has 2 challenges. These are the 6 aspects that will be used in your brand story. The first, what was the defining moment that changed your life, that changed everything and led you to where you are? Rohit, did I ask you this question? Trigger. Event trigger kahan se hua? What was the event, realization, or the challenge that led to the discovery of this, that echoed? What event इवेंट में मोमेंट, इवेंट क्या था, मोमेंट क्या था? इवेंट इज टाइम t, मोमेंट इज टाइम डेल्टा t. मोमेंट्स में डेल्टा t प्लस डेल्टा t प्लस डेल्टा t प्लस डेल्टा t प्लस डेल्टा t इज इक्वल टू t. इवेंट बड़ा होता है, मोमेंट बहुत छोटा होता है. यहां पे कुछ ट्रिगर हुआ, कोई इमोशनल रिस्पॉन्स ट्रिगर हुआ, एंड दिस इज वेयर यू टुक अ डिसीजन. दिस इज वेयर यू टुक अ डिसीजन. दैट्स वेयर अ गुड स्टोरी इज ओपनड फ्रॉम.
क्या ट्रिगर हुआ देन?
ट्रिगर हुआ, उसके बाद वो एको करता रहा ना, वो गूंजता रहा कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ, ऐसा क्यों हुआ. इट चैलेंज यू
ओके
एंड लेड टू योर डिस्कवरी. ओके, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए था, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए था, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए था, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए था.
अच्छा.
And then the discovery happens. What was the big idea or the discovery that led to the starting of your brand? Why did you even start that brand? Rohit, why did you start your financial journey? What did you want to achieve? And when did you realize that your idea was now gaining momentum? लोगों की जिंदगी में कब फर्क डालना शुरू किया उस चीज ने? जब तुमने वो चीज सीखी. What was the discovery phase? This is the discovery phase in a story. अभी वो फुली तैयार नहीं हुआ था. यू आर स्टिल डिस्कवरिंग द रोब्स ऑफ इट, बट वो फर्क आना शुरू हो गया. व्हेन डिड यू रियलाइज इट वाज वर्किंग? एंड फाइनली एम्पायर. व्हाट इज द प्रॉमिस ऑफ योर ब्रांड? व्हाट इज इट दैट मेक्स यू स्टैंड आउट? व्हाट इज द सिग्नेचर इमोशन? व्हाट आर यू डूइंग टू सर्व योर कस्टमर्स? एंड अल्टीमेटली व्हाट इज योर मिशन स्टेटमेंट? व्हाट इज द अल्टीमेट एनिमी यू आर फाइटिंग? And this is where your brand story completes in this format. This one, this is where your mission statement will come. This is where your brand story will complete. Because you have killed the Gabbar and you have achieved the vision of a Gabbar-free world by taking this action, and this action. How many of you can see the entire loop now closing?
Yes.
How many of you are witnessing the garnishing over the pizza now? Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. This is the most potent and the advanced form of storytelling. This is the most important time that you have to talk in an entire story. The moment of decision. That's where it all begins. शोले में क्या था? शोले में the moment of decision क्या था? जब गब्बर ठाकुर की फैमिली को डिस्ट्रॉय कर देता है, उसके हाथ काट देता है. That was when ठाकुर decided. That was the decision moment. That's where the movie का decision moment शुरू होता है. And I loved the way it was revealed in the story. Brilliant screenplay. Iconic. And this is what becomes your mission story, your brand story. How many of you are learning a lot? What are you taking back? Just in a couple of minutes, and otherwise we are done for the workshop. There are a couple of just a few more things that I would want to cover. And what was your entire experience of the workshop? What did you share? And if you have not written a review for it, please do that. It will mean a word to me. And what would you want to say about this marketing workshop? Because this portion I will be recording separately, and I would want to share a testimonial review in this form. Like, what would you want to say to other people who would want to witness this workshop? Right? Is that okay with you guys? Yeah? All right. And what are you learning before we go any further? What are you learning? What opened up for you? Yeah.
For me, I think it's a lot more to work now. A lot of things, new concepts, new doors have opened up front of me. I think इस angle से कभी देखा नहीं था, and that's the reason from last 9 years I have been just staying at the same level. I couldn't grow, but now I firmly believe that if I start applying this thing next 3 months, next 12 months, as you taught us, one step at a time, and then it's not a solo game, it's a team game. And then yes, आज सुबह ही मॉर्निंग में 4 बजे उठा मैं, and 4 o'clock उठकर I started writing the entire thing about कि अगले 13 months में, 13 to 14 months में, by the end of 25 December तक, where I will be, where exactly I have to focus on. I mean, of course, बाकी की activities करके next 5 years की clarity ली थी, but now I feel that कि वापस एक rebranding करके, repurposing करके पूरे entire context को, वापस पूरे learning को repurposing करके एक अलग तरीके से एक वापस लेकर जाना है. That is what my deeper learning is. Thank you.
I have a couple of things which I still want to cover more, and we'll briskly go through them. And before 6, I want to complete. And I have a couple of requests for you, which is I want to share with you a very, very powerful marketing information that you want to be targeting, that you want to be using if you really want to be improving your conversions, your branding, your storytelling. Is it okay if I share the last secrets, last bits? But this is the essence of a brand story. This is where the essence of a brand story is. Right?
Yes.
What is advertising? Advertising is mass communication. In a way where you want to select people who will resonate with this. And in advertising, you want to understand, physically, we are all different. Yes? Physically, we are all different. Mentally, we are still different. We are not same, but still different in many ways. Yes or no? Different mental capacities, different everything. I want to be talking at emotional level now. Emotionally, we are all same. Emotionally, we are all same.
Different form.
And if I go further, these are still physical forms, okay? If I go still further, at 5th level, if you talk it, energy level, we are all same. We are one. I don't want to be talking spirituality to you here, but I'm telling you, physically, we are all different. Mentally, we are more resembling at a psychological level. But at a deep emotional level, we are all the same. Right? Now, selling is a logical decision or an emotional decision? Emotional decision. So if you want to sell better and if you want to sell more, which means what level you should be targeting?
Emotional.
Physical, mental, or emotional?
Emotional.
Emotional. And what's the best way to engage people emotionally? Stories. And when you are creating ad, when you are creating stories, whenever you are inviting people into a story, sales is also a story. What's the story that you are inviting people into? What's the call to action you are giving to them as a guide? What is the action that you want them to take with your brand? And then you really want to understand this. Ads. These are the 5 common emotions people target in advertising. And if you are good at targeting happiness, fear, curiosity, nostalgia, desire, excitement, you will have better conversions. These are 5-7 emotions which have been known to convert the maximum. As a brand, if you can Speak to people at these emotional levels. This will give you better conversions. If you can include these elements in your vision statement, in your mission statement, this is what will bring in higher degree of resonance. My request to you, this is highly potent information. Please use this wisely. Do not abuse this information. Because what goes around comes around. If you misuse this information, it has the capacity to even destroy your brand. Don't do that. Use it ethically in the most rightful of the manner with a well intention and an intention to really make a difference and serve your customer. That's when you will really become a super brand which will flourish. This is the difference that actually is the real difference between a brand that fizzles and a brand that sizzles. This is the difference. The code of honor is the difference. And I will want, I'll have a very special closing to this. You hook people with the problem that they're already facing with. There is something about metrics and data. I want to tell you something around metrics and data. The numbers are very, very important. Tracking numbers in this game is very important. Yes, that's the third T. But if you do the right things on the bottom line, on the top line, bottom line will follow. This is also what we told yesterday. This is what Steve Jobs said. Okay, let me ask you this example of cricket. Okay. Let us say you are playing the game of cricket. There is one team who has already scored 300 runs, right, in 50 overs. And there is another team who is batting. They are not batting, but they have उनकी जो स्कोरबोर्ड है, स्कोरबोर्ड कीपर है, उस स्कोरबोर्ड कीपर के साथ उन्होंने सेटिंग कर ली. And that scoreboard keeper is changing the scoreboard. Do you think they are getting the result?
No.
That's the manipulation of the scoreboard. Now they are hitting. In other case, they are hitting every single ball in a nice manner. Some balls go to the boundary. Some balls they go for a run. Some even cross the boundary with a flying, and sometimes it goes for a 6, and sometimes it even gets out. But they are playing every single ball with diligence. Are they impacting the score?
Yes.
When you play right shots, you will get right scores. Yes or no?
Yes.
So the way to impacting metrics is a way to check, are you doing right things right? When you do the right things right, your numbers will tell. Don't be hooked onto numbers. Use numbers to get a reflection. Don't be a data freak. Be informed by the data. Don't make data as your religion. Data is very important. Data must tell you, data must guide you. You should use data to a degree which helps you to do the right things. This is what I wanted to share my thoughts on data and metrics. And having said that, we have come to the last leg of the presentation, and that is this. Biggest conversion secret which I want to share, and one of the biggest myths. This is the only difference what I want to share with you. A difference between a good marketer and a great marketer. A good marketer is somebody who is extremely skilled in tools and technology and all of it. A great marketer is skilled in telling and creating powerful stories. That's the major difference. And with just one more thing to share more, I would want to share with you the ultimate marketing strategy ever. And that's when we close. Is it okay if I share with you the ultimate marketing strategy? Otherwise, we can complete. We have learned enough. Would you want it?
Yes.
Ultimate marketing strategy? Pakki baat hai?
Yes.
All right. The ultimate marketing strategy is CARE. Take so good care of your clients in a way that they become your brand ambassadors. You're not taking care of them because you want them to be brand ambassadors. No, you just take genuine care of them, serve them. And this is something that I heard the words of one of the greatest marketers of all time. May you fall in love with the problems of your client, for that is what keeps you in business. Not that you should start praying that my client should have problems, but be blessed that you have the ability to solve those problems for your client and be in business. Love your clients, respect your clients, take very, very, very good care of your clients. With that having said, I close for today. Thank you for being here.
हरमीत आप बोल रहे थे सदगुरु का ब्रांडिंग दिखाएंगे.
सदगुरु का brand archetype is sage.
अच्छा से.
That's what I said. No, I mentioned.
अच्छा. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Recording stopped.
And I will just want to give you this opportunity now to ask any question you might have, or if we can just take a minute each where you want to be sharing whatever you want to be sharing about this workshop. So what are you taking back from this workshop? All right. So let me just, yes, sure. You tell me, what is your intent? It boils down to your integrity and your intention, Rohita, ultimately. If you're using this as a strategy, it will backfire. It can be both. If you were to just make it one way, it's actually good to have both. I'm not saying I'm not against that, okay? If you have to choose just one out of that, which one would you want to choose? Yeah. Genuinely serve your clients. I'm telling you, if you start doing it, there will come a point where you will have irrationally loyal fans. Don't want clients. I don't want clients. I want super fans that I have earned rightfully by making a difference where they are. All right. All right, guys. So one by one with serial order, who's alphabetically, जिसका नाम पहले आता है वो पहले जाएगा. Right. I'm pinning you. Who's Deepa? You're the one. All right. And let me record it as well.
Recording in progress.
All right, Deepa, what was your experience in this marketing workshop? What did you learn and what opened up for you?
Thanks, Harmeet. This was a wonderful eye-opener. In fact, I believe that even before we step into the course, we must have this as a basic foundation course, because it's very interconnected, because the last thing you would realize in your life that your webinar conversions depend on your branding and your marketing. We wouldn't have realized that. And also the fact stays that if something is not working, people tell us, work on yourself, work on yourself. Now, what is that work on yourself is what we gained a lot of clarity today. So this has been a real eye-opener, and I love the session, and I'm very grateful for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepa. So what would you want to say to anyone who is still considering to be like, shall they do this workshop? Shall they not do this workshop? Like, what would you want to say to them?
I have, considering that this is, in the coaching industry, I think this is a very basic foundation which is actually missing and which needs to be addressed at the earliest.
Yeah.
So, I think you even get your niche after you know who you are.
Right. Thank you. Anything else from your side? Anything else that you might want to add? Say. Thank you. All right. Yeah. नहीं, पिन किया था मैंने, पिन किया था नहीं, मैंने पिन किया था and I moved it into the speaker mode.
In the screen, all are present.
That's okay.
I've added. I didn't get you. Can come again? मैंने पिन कर दिया अभी. Now you are pinned. In my screen, it shows pinned.
Three dots and above pin option is there.
No, that's okay. I think in his screen you can see only Rohit, right?
वो में वीडियो एडिटिंग में हो जाएगा.
So that's
that I'll manage. No, in my screen there are two people pinned, Harmeet.
That's
and
it.
Rohit.
That's it. Yeah, correct.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right, Rohit, let's have you. So, okay. All right. We'll have Golak. All right, Golak. All right, yeah. What was your experience of being in the marketing workshop?
Yes. Actually, मैंने हम हिंदी में बोल रहा है, ठीक है? Always I am the seeker of definition, very big definition of any word.
Okay.
So when I am also finding what is the definition, what is marketing, not at all clear about the definition, core definition of marketing. For that, I am now struggling too much in my one-to-one conversation and also in webinar mode, because so many questions are there and I am not synchronized or not congruent with that problem and about my niche also. And I know that which you want, universe will give you. And thank God that this marketing classes of you, I got this, and this is totally shift my concept about marketing, and totally shift about my concept, my congruency about my business, about my client, what to do about my client, what to think about my client. No idea, that clear idea, no idea was there. Now I am totally clear and my vision is totally clear about marketing and how to serve my client with my core of my heart. This was very, very required. And I think this marketing course, very, very required from the very beginning. I think every coach should teach this first, how to create marketing. Otherwise, this is totally incomplete. Totally, they are now doing their business without core of their heart. They are not serving, I think, 100%. This is not possible. That type of flavor, that type of things, this is in my core, it is introduced, injected in. This is very much required. And I think after this marketing process, I am be the different person. I will explore and I will also touch every people, every community, everything, or deeply I will connect. I love everybody, but clarity and the congruency that I took from these classes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think everybody took these classes, and I think every people in the world took this class.
Thank you. But do you think do you think you're now clear with your branding, your positioning, your marketing, your storytelling?
Yes. More clarity. That is storytelling. This is a big part. My life also is story, but I don't know that when I positioning in the market, the storytelling is the main part. Every time I sense you know yourself story, and you are the product. I am the product. What is the product, man? Every time I see it, but today is not clear that this is, yes, I am the product. More things myself, my product will be actually prepared, finding and congruent with the people. And branding, this is also the branding. Everything you cleared. Branding, marketing, colorful things, and so many things. This is, I think, branding. And so many packages will be there. That is marketing. Bogus idea, something, and a fake idea was there. Totally cleared about marketing, branding, positioning. This is storytelling is a very big, that in this classes, storytelling, that is I will the best part of my life.
Thank you.
Best part. I love you. I love you. This class. I love you, Harmeet. This is a big one of them. This is a big learning session. So many classes, and outside India and in India, so many trainings from my company I learned. But this is the best. I think this is the best training of my life.
Thank you. All right. Let's have Nilesh.
Yes, sir.
All right, Nilesh, what was your experience of the Marketing Ninja workshop? What's your experience of the learning? Would you like to share with us? And what would you like to share with the future participants of this workshop, if ever? What you would want to say to them?
First of all, sir, thank you so much for this golden opportunity. I've been working in fitness industry as a premier fitness coach from last 17 years. But मेरे लाइफ का ये last 3 days का जो intensive learning रहा है, इस learning से I have learned one thing very powerfully, which is if you really want to build something really worthwhile, go into the depth. And I've got that realization. Though I was working as a premium coach, but I was still playing on a superficial level.
Right.
Now, everything was new for me. Whatever learning you have shared with us, honestly, जितने भी एक multiple principles, parameters, जो भी कुछ share किया आपने, everything was new for me. And now I feel that ये मेरा अभी वापस एक rebirth हुआ है. I have to go back. I have to just start building each and everything, my branding, my marketing, my content pieces, everything right from scratch. Now I'm completely मुझे ऐसा फील हो रहा है कि जो पहला जो बिलीफ था उसे उठाकर बाहर रखा है. And now I'm completely new person. And yes, looking forward to give my best. And I have that gut feeling that I'm going to vibe at a next level. Thank you so much for all the insights. And honestly, अभी तक जितने भी एक trainings हुए हैं multiple mentors के साथ, after Siddharth Rajshekhar, I found out that you are the only one person. And जैसे मैंने कहा last time भी कि last 1 year I decided that कि मेरे life में मेरे next mentor हो गए तो Mr. Harmeet Kelly. And looking forward to be in connect with you for a longer period of time. Thank you so much.
What would you give the overall score for the workshop? Like if you were to rate this workshop on a 10 on 10 or 10 on a scale of 10, what would you rate it as?
So it's completely from my bottom of my core, it's 10 on 10. Why? Because everything I have learned completely new. मेरे सामने जितने भी I haven't learned this ever in my life. I'm the master as a fitness coach. I'm not a master as a marketer.
Right.
So whatever I have learned in the last 3 days, everything is new for me. And I'm just looking forward to create a huge impact and support housemakers and the working professional by using this all principles.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for taking that on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Lovely. All right. Thank you.